algorithms and importing the programs that brought the system. So then the agile development method of software development was employed. So the agile development was employed because of 4 main reasons. There are other methodologies of software development that I will explain later, but I chose agile development because agile is iterative. So work can be divided into small. Like I told you, the system construction allows us to divide the work into smaller units, and then later we can each unit is delivered as a function. So let's say if you are registering members, so we'll register members as a unit. So then later we can come out with the activities of the organization as another unit. So each unit produces the function of the system, and then agile development allows collaboration because it is continuous communication with the stakeholders for approval. So if membership registration was complete as a unit function, then I went back to the stakeholders to find, is this how you want it to be? If yes, then I went there. If no, then they suggest the changes, and then changes were made. Then it was adapted because there were always feedbacks on each of the process to define or redefine list of concepts that were important to the evaluation system. Next. So the presentation of the results. Yes, Paul. Oh. So the results were based on each objective. Objective 1 was determine the requirements of the system. So this was the requirements that were found to be very important. So the project was supposed to help provide online registration of members, allow approval of new members, so that not everyone who gets access to the link to register can just enroll themselves automatically. And also approval means probably someone has paid a subscription fee, so they are allowed to be members. Then to report membership types and know which one each member belongs to. A way to know the active and inactive members, track subscriptions and renewal. A way to manage administration activities and events. Then manage resource mobilization on each of the events or activities that they carry out. And then report or share important notices with members. Then in requirement analysis, like I said before, requirement analysis involves identifying the requirements into functional and non-functional. That the system should provide. So the system should show a certain report. So example of it is that the system should allow a member should be able to do a self-registration. They're given a link, should be able to just register yourself, and then it should be good to go. The system should show a list of all members registered with the association. The system should be able to show members' profile. So if you're registered and you're approved, you should be able to see, okay, this is my details, this are my participation trends in activities of the association. These are my contributions I've been making all through with this association. It is then the non-functional requirement.
Charles, I'll ask you to move a bit faster. Yes, we lost a bit of time, but you already used about 12 minutes. So I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay. Then the non-functional requirements are the constraints for services. Constraints on the services. For example, the performance of the system, security, reliability. Then in the system design, I used a web application framework because it's a web-based system. So I employed the model view controller design pattern, where the model is where there was the database design, the tables, relationships, and attributes. So then the view on the user interfaces, and then the controller was how to process flow, request, and then the response. And then next, the very last objective, the system implementation. So this is when I came up with the program codes, which are written in HTML, JavaScript for front end, and PHP for back end. Then the MySQL generates database structures for storing with the table structure with the information needed to be captured about the association. Then the web page is where the user interface designs. So when we shall have time, I have a demo there. If we have time, we shall go to that demo, and then I show you the system that came out with.
We can look at it during break time.
The findings. After the development and implementation of the system, the following were found out that there was improved efficiency and accuracy. Information about members could easily be and uniformly could be captured in standard and smooth manner. That's accuracy. So there was a single source of truth which handles the other issue that the association had before. There was better membership engagement because there was proper accountability and tracking of group events and everything else. Then there was data-driven insights for the management, so they could see trends, the number of members, and the distribution of members. Then there was time and cost reduction compared to the manual methods. Now the system was because each person could register themselves. So the management is supposed to go and approve and make a decision. Next, let's go. Then the conclusion and recommendation. The conclusion is that the data sources were elaborate. That's something that I should mention. They were clear in providing what they wanted. The stakeholders were clear in providing what they wanted, and they got involved. To the agent that was facing development, I kept on going back to them. Is this how you want it? Is this how you want it? What did I change? How should this one be? So they were involved in every step. Then I did a system testing to ascertain proof of concept and to verify that all the components were working flawlessly. We shall see the demo later. And then there was clear commitment of stakeholders and said that then, unlike the existing systems, unlike the existing already existing membership management system, as observed this solution provided here was very well as a very gradual learning curve. What is features highly customizable. So if you are, let's say, an association in your alumni, maybe a school, this system can be customized to your needs. So this is what you should know. So it's not only for Gala. Gala was the case. But now, if you, in your, let's say, we need an association for alumni, this system can be customized to fit that. And then the recommendation is that now we've got the project recommends that all associations is your life. Take control. All associations and clubs, social alumni, and small organizations should adopt digital means of managing their membership. And then, if I told you already have one, please make sure you update now that you because they're still changing now. So the project
Thank you very much. It's interesting. Today I want to start with the different.
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank you for bringing something that fortunately did to do with I belong. A few things that I want to ask you. I saw your problem statement and a list of things. They don't talk too much this thing. If this thing is faulty, this one here, I'd rather going for this. Why is it not functioning? Or I can go to the user and say, tell me what's wrong with this thing. You will tell me the problem. That's one. And then probably I try to solve the problem. So I think we needed to have a very clear understanding of the problem statement. The problem statement starts from the existing product. That's why you are designing and making a new product. So that's my first comment. The second one is I can see that you have done a lot of things which are very good. You come up with a solution to the problem. I was about to ask, where is the product? And you said the link is there. We're going to look at it. Okay. The next question, did you test it? Yeah, you did test it. Yeah, that's good. Now, the third question is, what was their views? The users, what did they tell you when you tested it? Is it a success or failure? Now, if it is a failure, that will lead to further research because there's that gap, research gap. What level of acceptance did you find from your end users? So all these are the questions that you should have addressed, should have told us. Finally, I can see that you have made some improved efficiency. How do we know that there was improved efficiency? We are not there. So what proof can you give us? So these are some of the issues when you are designing something. It's not a matter of assumption. We are just only hearing from you. That is another test altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor, I think this is great. And I think it also brings it back to timelines. We worked on this thing between June and that. We tested it for the 4 months. This is what we could get. But still, for me, this is good. Unless there's any person inside the room. Okay, I'll go back to the people. Would you like to?
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, thank you. The presenter, I see your work is good enough. My worry is whether this is a report or you're trying to relate with some finding, because I see citation is missing in most of the presentation. So it makes it more of a report. If you look at the problem statement, the way you presented it, at least there should be some citation. And when we go to your reference list, I see most of them are too old. But we know that things keep changing. And I don't know whether you went ahead to explore and discover that there's some new finding also that agreeing and disagreeing, because you need to have some of these arguments. And you need to make your reference not to be too old as is 20 years ago.
Professor, would like to.
Yeah, I just want to respond with due respect. Professor Latin, are you with us?
Yes.
So, are you here when
Yeah.
the comment is coming out?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Engineering don't make citation. They are hands on people. Do you agree with me?
Yes, somehow. But
Somehow,
look, in referencing, if you are talking about a seminal reference, there's a reference by somebody who came up with that concept. However
Good.
old it is, if it is still in operation, you can reference it. Look, there's this reference here, Yin of 2003, is the one who developed the concept of case studies. And in the academia, it is acceptable. So if you are talking about case studies, you must refer to that work of Yin, because he's the seminal author. The first reference there of 1970. That's the one who developed the relational model. It is what everybody uses now, because nobody has come up with something new. So I agree with you. Some old references are okay if you are referencing a seminal author, for example. My engineering background, if I'm developing some models and you quote Newton, it is always Newton's laws of motion. Nobody has come with something different. So you have to create a distinction. If it is a seminal author, it is acceptable. If you are talking about value chain analysis, the author is Michael Porter. However old it is, you should cite it.
Okay.
So there are exceptions now when we come to references. Some of these are seminal authors, the people who promoted that concept. So you continue to refer to them. Thank you very much.
Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now, I'll ask Ms. Pisabel, any observations on this particular study, please?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Charles Longa, for the elaborate presentation and also for the good work that you did with coming up with this system. Now, my overall comment on this is the approach to the presentation, but also overall the methodology that was used. Now, the research that we are doing is supposed to solve a practical problem. So in which case, the problem that we have here is that they didn't have a system that would make it easier for them to probably get their data in real time, according to the issues that were presented by Charles Luanga today. However, if we are saying that we have objectives like to determine what gaps are there, then we need to see how that information was also obtained from the people that stated the information. Because in the presentation or in his report as well, the objectives were answered, yes, that is only for the project. So listing what happened and the gaps that were given by the people, we need to know to what extent was this a problem. Okay, what were the results from the fact-finding mission that you did? How did you find out, and what were the results? And then we can be able to see what was fed into the system. So I feel like what we have is what was fed into the system, but we do not have a clear presentation of the information that was obtained to determine the gap that was available for us to be able to feed it confidently into the system. But the system is actually very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peace. I'll have Dr. Cox finally.
Okay, thank you, Charles, for the presentation. It was quite interesting because it gives a practical, something that can be applied. So my question is, what was the ICT readiness of the recipients? How are they going to adapt this product? And then in the results, I expected to see more on the developer interface, especially on the content management interface, because it is a living system, I think, that is going to be used continually. And what are your plans? For example, are you going to train these people to continue using this, and you're going to continue helping them to adapt it and modify it until it's a real good product for them? Or is this a prototype? And then what systems development life cycle did you use? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we come back to you, Charles, I'm more interested in, right now we are seeing AI coming in very seriously. We were invited as universities to do an exhibition on how we in our education are utilizing artificial intelligence. Could you let me know if at all there is anywhere that AI or the use of AI can come into this? This will be helpful. So you have about 1 minute. The rest, some of the other things are for you to improve on your paper, okay? But if those that you think you can respond to, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you everyone for the comments and questions. One thing that I would like to highlight is that due to the content, the number of slides that put all this, but all these concepts into compacted into this presentation, but they're all in the report. What things to do with the timeline, as Mr. Robinson highlighted, how long to do the testing phase, as Professor Odora mentioned, there is actually a table that shows which feature, if the pass or fail, there's a tick or a cross. It's in the report, not embedded in this presentation. And then, to what extent was this a problem? Madam, please ask that. First of all, I am also a member of this association. So I've also I've been involved in the association. I've been observing certain things by myself, and I've also been saying that, okay, I think something better can be done about this. And that's how we came up with this. That's how I came up with this topic, that to try to automate some of these processes. Something that that can be done digitally. Why would we carry on with the manual methods? So, and then there was Dr. Cox asked about the element of the users. Yeah, they'll be training the members on how to use the system, and mostly it's just For the registration part, just a few. Sorry, for the registration part, every member can do a self-registration. So long as they send the link, they can do it. But then for the approved one, then the rest of other resource mobilization and activities management, then the management. That's also doing that before. There's going to be a manual, system manual, in case I'm away, someone else can take over and guide on from there. So I think that those are the questions. Unless I skip some.
It's okay. Thank you, Charles. So just in case, in terms of moving forward, we shall be reviewing your paper, but I think Peace brought in something interesting about putting clear. Now, this is not as just for the passing. If this paper is supposed to be taken beyond, if you're supposed to go ahead and publish it, some of the things you need to put them in, okay? Try to just be explicit, let it be clear how it is. But otherwise, this is a very good study, and I think I'd like to pick this on you with this, if you could pick it up from here. We have already we had a meeting last week, and look at whatever will come out of here. Some of the things we could exhibit them to the country. So if Professor Lating, Professor, are you still the chair of Gala? Because we would need your permission with this and with the students.
Yes.
If some of the things could be showcased.
I'm the chair, and I particularly gave him this topic.
Okay.
Because the difficulty in managing membership, some people die, a few do die, some people relocate back to the archdiocese, and yet they're supposed to be in Kampala here. Other new ones come, some people move from one parish to another. Controlling them became mind-boggling. So I'm very happy with what he did. He has made my work easy.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Charles. Thanks, Professor. And yeah, thanks. You could do this. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Charles. You can take your leave. This was great. We are not. We would love to move faster. So for the people here, I would request that we keep a bit of time. Our next presenter, according to the schedule, is Mr. Jimmy, who was supervised by Dr. Stephen Opio Ball. Jimmy, I request that we try to keep time. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Team online, please feel free to comment, even if you could just go to the chat and talk something. If you can't speak, you can always just go to the chat and type your observations. All right, Jimmy, it's exactly 14 minutes past 10, so you have 10 minutes, please. Oh, no, sorry, this is more. Moses, sorry, okay, Jimmy, may I make a request? May I request Moses? I have Moses thing ready. I'm going to give you this flash disk and you put your work in here. Moses, is it in? He has just moved out. Then I need to have your work. I think somewhere. First, just a bit.
Morning, members. As I wait for that.
You can keep telling us about yourself.
Okay, and it's really fun about maybe in our community where we come from, we do saving, right?
Yes.
There is that issue of coalition. Those who want saving, hopefully, and one of the beneficiaries. You save your money the whole year, and then at the end of the year, you get your money back. So there should be a recourse, and if you're also in problem, say for example, like the school fees, or you want to add other things, and go for then at the end, you're supposed to pay with an interest, right? So in that event, sometimes you will find that we have those the notorious ones. They don't want to pay. Okay. Then at the end, you look at your property. But my project is all about loan repayment predictors. Well, it's going to predict whether a person is liable to pay the loan or not, based on our sound variable. Now, you see from here, it's loan. Okay, this is my presentation, right?
Okay, you can now start officially.
Okay.
Yes.
I was waiting for this one here. So yes, my name is Ochai. I am going to present a project, and that's my project, a loan repayment prediction application. Of course, I designed an application which predicts the capability of someone to pay the loan. I took a case study, again, small saving group is the is here, Bangladesh. So I decided to take a case study in the small saving group. My supervisor is Dr. Stephen Opino. Yes, the next slide. So from the background of my study, you can see in the lending sector, of course, I'm not able to see the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do saving, and then for our small saving group to grow, we need to borrow money. And then after you borrow the money, there is that interest that most of the small saving group give out. That is 10%. Now, if you borrow something like 100,000, you have to give this other one after 3. With a duration or within 1 to 3 months period. Of course, small saving group always get their profit from the interest that they always give back, right? If you have to see, conversely, if a borrower fails or a borrower fails to fill their repayment obligations, that is where our small saving group will get losses. Now, you pay to pay the interest. You pay to pay the money plus the interest. The small saving group or our group will get a problem. You see, consequently, the small saving group had a challenge in predicting whether the person is going to pay the loan or not. Now, this is basically where we are going to address. Basically, we decided to train the model. Of course, I got some information from them. Their data for the last 3 years. I did some modeling. That's what we are going to do from here. Now you see, we are going to use machine learning models. What to address this if the person is able to pay or not. Or identify a person if it's able to pay or not based on other variables. Of course, if you have to see from this one here, Vatican here is actually, as I talk, they are in what in the city, but before they were in the village, and even after now, they are in what in the semi-urban area. But they do a lot of saving, and if I'm to see from that side, they have a very good money in their account, and they do give it to their members. And then at the same time, they get what? They get the interest. So currently, the process of loan eligibility verification is manual. They are now at this time, as I thought, they are using a manual way of filling out the loan. So when you want to get the loan, you just go, and then they open a lot of books. They have a very big book whereby all the records are stored there. They manually open, and they have good numbers of their members, around 450 members. So they do print a lot of information here. just manually. So in this study, we are going to do what? Automate what? The system that is going to help them doing what? They can access it very fast, and then also the time consuming. It will not take too much of what of their time looking for person who is able or is not what able to pay the loan. So the primary objective is to identify the fact that customer statement that qualify for loan decision. Now, it will not give us the directive either to give the loan or not. Now we shall use the what machine learning algorithms. So constantly, but again.
Sorry, when I do that, I'm also trying to indicate time. Yeah, so just move ahead.
Okay, the objective of the research or the analysis, the objective is to create an application that assesses the loan repayment potential of a member in the again one saving group, and the focus will be on the factor beyond traditional credit history. Of course, now here we are going to do it automatically, whereby you enter the information and then the computer or the system will generate for you the information. If this person is liable to pay the loan or not, should I accept or I reject? So the model that we are going to train to help us now predict whether the person is able to pay or not. The objective of the study is to train a machine algorithm network to predict the loan eligibility. Of course, that one is talk about it. Let's go on. Now, the modified conceptual framework. Here we are going to see the dependent variables, the independent variable, and the system, and then the result. Of course, these are the factors that we are going to consider as you examine. We shall see the bank asset value. But remember, we are going to use out of this idea, the other factor that we are going to use. And this idea is what? A regression what? Elimination method, whereby the other factor will be left out. Now, the long term, the number of dependents you have, education, some people borrow money, but they can fail to use it wisely. And then at the end of the year, or at the end of the 3 months, they fail to pay, then their property will be affected. Then if you're also self-employed, of course we believe, there is a belief that if you're self-employed, sometimes there's that high chance of you paying back the money. So that one also we shall consider, and then the income per annum. Now this income per annum, we can see how much have you been saving for the last 5 years. So if your saving was poor, you have very little money in your last 3, 4, 5 months, year or month, definitely also the system will work with them as well. Now, all these factors. Now, this part will pass the material or the model will accept. Is this person liable? Then we feed it to the machine algorithm, and that is a random forest. We now guide this and see, is this person liable or not? If you are okay, then if the score is high, you will be approved and you will be given the loan. But if you are not liable or the score is low, will be or the machine will reject. Then the loan will be rewarded. Yes, now this is where we do what communication self-employed. Then also we shall take the train control option to set up correct. Now,
Sorry. The people online had lost. Please proceed.
now we shall make the evaluation. Of course, we shall use the cross validation. Now, the cross validation are an ORC, that is cost operating calculations. Now, this one here will help us now to see everything that we're thinking. Okay? The machine learning will now help us in predicting which one should they take. Of course, you know the ROC. We now how our computer understands that is one of the required. So if it is zero, it is what? It is off. If it is one, it is on. It is true or false. So that is how we are going to train our model to predict whether if it is zero, it will be don't give it or reject. If it is one, definitely you approve. Okay. Model evaluation, making prediction of the test, and computing the accuracy of the model. After those, remember we said we are going to do what model training. Now, out of those models that we have the vision tree, the random forest, all those ones, we are going to see their accuracy. And then we single out the one that we are going to use to do our what? To do the test. To do the testing. The output base now will be yes, the presentation analysis and interpretation of the now this is the sequence, the architecture that we are going to use. This is the graph, the diagram. You will see that a user, I can be a user, the Lord chairperson will also be a user. To see, he or she can be able to upload the information. Remember that our information are based on what those factors that we are going to feed on, and then when you feed in, definitely, because we already have the trade data set. So, the data will be processed, then the extraction memory. So, ROC, it will extract records, and then the will now work, and then it will be processed. Exactly, it will predict whether the loan should be approved or not. So that is the system, and then this side is the user. Now, on this side here, yes, I'll give you an explaining. Can go. So our finding, you will see the random forest model predicts whether the loan is approved or not. Remember, I talked about one notification. Yes or no. All those information, the computer understands. And then we train the model to accept or reject, to approve or not. Now, in order to implement these various input variables, we use to get what?
Where is he?
Sorry, members only, we're going to a bit, but we are not back. We are switching.
Yeah, I think I need to log in so that you see the picture of my application. Because I use a sign up or a web app whereby at the moment I borrowed some outside. So I decided to put the system there. But when this project ends, I think maybe I'll go again and say, if I can generate, because you can use this information via your what? You can use the application via your smartphone, your tablet, your computers. So long as you're connected and you have the site access. Can I continue?
Yes, you have 1 minute now.
1 minute. So in the conclusion and recommendation now, if you have to see the positive point and the constraint on this content, it can be self-concluded that, of course, the application is what I even told you. I what efficient in predicting the load, which means there is no problem. Maybe there's what I can add some small things based on the actual, but in most cases, our system or the system that are decided, all those guys were like, yes, the thing is working. And they are very good, even tested by the way. So the application is working properly and it makes all the user requirement. There's no need for you now to bother actually. And yet the system is there saying you don't approve. Okay? If you approve and the system is there, you not approve, you'll be in problem. Then we said been a number of cases, computer, of course now this one. Sometimes we talk about the computer being misbehaved or anything, but this system is efficient. Remember, it's going to accept even in your phone, whatever they have there, the computer is off, you can use your phone. The phone is off, you can use your car. Okay? And what most important is waiting on the feature and fix in automated prediction system. Of course, I said we use that, and it is a software. Okay, we install and we use what the random forest model. Out of the models that we predicted, we realize that the percentage, the high percent of all those models, random forest became what as the best predictor for the project, right? So we said in order to implement these various input variables were used to get what the output. Remember, we talk about the other things there. So the computer or your smartphone or your tablet is going to be after installing the application, it's either going to accept or reject so long as you have the
Thank you.
What I have.
Okay.
The site is there.
Okay. During break, we shall have a few minutes to go through it. Thank you very much. It's okay. It's okay. Yes. You will. Thank you. But for now, let me just hear. Okay, Father De Gracious, you lost the presentation. I'm sorry. At some point, we had challenges. Just a second. Hold it there. Don't worry. We shall go through it. I want to start with the people online. I want to come to Madam Peace. I know we had a bit of interferences, but what did you think about this? We've also read the paper.
Thank you. So for this particular presentation, the presentation was well done. And also the problem that the student is solving is very practical for the organization, especially in prediction of, the outcome here. So I see that in the methodology, you used quite a number of models in this particular case. So did you have any challenges with missing information while you were running these models? And if you did, how did you address them? I also see that some variables were dropped. They were collected, but they were dropped. Did you use any dimensionality reduction approaches, or the variables were dropped purely basing on literature and what affects the prediction of, the outcome in this particular case? Thank you. Otherwise, this is a very practical solution to a problem that would exist or exists currently in the organization where you actually collected this data from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peace. I'll come to Professor Latin.
Okay, thank you very much. Jimmy, good morning.
Sir.
The slide we have here, reference, are these references?
After update the
Okay, you will answer later. But, and secondly, I want to know how much data did you collect for this type of model? Because if it is just a case study, then you don't have enough data or data sets for training the models. So my question is, I would like you to declare the error margins. If you are using machine learning or random forest or whatever other method you use, model, please declare the errors. What were the error margins in this prediction? I don't know whether you determined it. You may or you may not answer, but take care of it in your final paper. But I thank you. Good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I think this is very critical. Thank you. Then Dr. Cox.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy, for this presentation. For me, this is actually French, but when I looked at your objectives, I'm trying to understand. From a layman perspective, in your rhythm network to predict loan eligibility report, you say to develop prediction models, blah, 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 and then to make the process of approval system easy using few resources and human resource. I think it will be important for us as lay people, if you could sharpen these objectives so that either you harmonize them or you sharpen them so that even somebody who is not really a statistician or something like that can be able to understand and read them and extrapolate them to their work. So when you say machine algorithm network, are these people, are these machines, or are these the gain small savings group? What is it? I need to understand that.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Yes, these things have to be relevant to the common man. All right, I'm going to give you 1 minute, like I said. Some of them are for you to respond to, some are for you to, oh, sorry, Professor, I forgot. I thought we had already finished. Professor.
Thank you very much for me. You are giving very interesting information to the student to improve his work or to highlight certain gaps. Mine is a very simple question. I'm sure this idea of yours is not new. The bank has got a system, or banks have got similar system. Did you try to interrogate the one being used in the bank? And what the question is now, how is yours different from that of the bank? Perhaps this could be something of interest to me or to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, Jimmy, in 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful question and the comment. I would start with some are exactly the missing information. A lot of things here because of the presentation should not be overpriced. So I have the missing information in my report. There is the missing information. And then about other things are correct in my report. For the last question, yes, I did have some. Also applied, but most of these guys I need them now to be direct because I always see them coming. Of course, for you to borrow a loan, I'll never borrow a loan to the bank, but I am a beneficiary of what? Of small savings group. So I wear all my information with them, but I always see them moving around, thinking people things. I don't know which system they use, but what I know is
they ask and then they take photos of what you have. But this system is going to predict based on your information that you sometimes they
Please you proceed first. You first finish.
so I feel like go and so look into that.
All right, it's okay. There were hands that came up afterwards. I'll suggest you keep it short, Lucy, then Marcellin. Then
Thank you so much. Then I have the first one is that I was just addressing that if the students are how they do the system that instead of keeping up all these narratives, if they present the actual work and we see it practice. And that can help us because I think we have to reassess the unit, we have to see the solution that we see that now. We are not interested in all these forest things forward. We just want to see that how does it now work? So I think it's important about it. We want the traffic forward and that can give us the data will come now, something of that kind. We guide that's what I mean to that. You really don't do that, but people, the one who do and they look to now more
thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to ask Joseph Achira, please get the splashes and put your work here. We'll go next. Jimmy, thank you. We may not, in the interest of time, we may not be able to put everything. Lucy brought it a good point. This is the first time that we've had BIS students actually come. Okay, the first time we've had people come up with models, but they'll kind of put a screenshot or something. At least there was some screenshot or something that we would go with very fast. Presenting a whole system to take us another 30 minutes of its own. How much time would you need, say, to show yours? 3 minutes. Okay, but for today I cannot. But moving forward, I would suggest if you have something, I think it's better to put a screenshot, put something, because if we did that, then it would be, I don't know, it would be a bit complicated. But thank you. During break, we shall have time for the two of you to take us through a bit. But in the interest, we already have the program drawn out. I cannot go against that program. Please take note of those things. But for now, I would like to, in the interest of time, I would like to request the following. Take note of the points that have been mentioned for your final paper. Two, when I was reviewing your paper, I don't know that it was an error on the, I think, acknowledgement page or declaration page. The paper was signed by another student who completed last year. A student, what's his name? It was signed. I don't know that it was an error because it was the signature of another student. Well, what I can say is it could have serious implications. Before you click send, go through that work seriously. Before you finally send us something, make sure it is.
I was very unfortunate. I was in the garden, so I just
All right, it's okay. Thank you. So if the student got to know so that their name, because this somebody already completed, graduated last year, it could have consequences. So check those before. So whatever paper you have sent me is not yet final. Okay, I know some already signed. That means whatever has been shared here has to be. You need to go and make sure we check those things. But Jimmy, in the interest of time, I will have to ask you to take a seat. She'll come back later. Thank you. Next person is Mr. Joseph PM. And for those who have developed prototypes or projects, please, we would like to pick up this discussion with you, okay? There's an exhibition that's coming up, and if it's good enough, it is totally worth showing out there.
Instead of saying me, I put early.
Members online, thank you so much. still here. We are proceeding. Our next presenter is Joseph Oriem Joseph Peter Achire, supervised by Ms. Proscovia Aber. And if you cannot speak, just put your chat, put your comment in the chat if in the audience. Thank you. We are joined by 21 people online, so it's the rest of us. And we also have a team that's on campus. So Peter, let's try to keep time. Your discussions are very interesting. It's almost hard to limit you to 10 minutes because this is knowledge. You're trying to disseminate knowledge. Some of the things are really important, but let's try to keep within. Let's stick to what is really important. So Joseph, you may begin.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Including those who are online. Good morning. I'm really so privileged to be part of this presentation, and I'm come here just to present my special project report. In fact, on digital transformation and the performance of higher learning institutions in northern Uganda. I'm privileged to take the case of the University of Secondary School to be where we conducted the study. I'm called William Joseph, and I'm being supervised by Madam P. Thank you very much, Madam, for making it this far. And yeah, I can now start by giving one presentation about the background of the study. This study actually adapted an approach by scholar called Amin. And according to Amin, the background of any study can be written from the historical perspective, conceptual perspective, and conceptual perspective. Historically, digital transformation in higher learning education has actually started far, as in the 21st century. Okay? And this has been possible with the emergence of things to do with the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and the rest. Now, globally, we find that 90%, for example, 90% of the institutions in the US use technology and teaching and learning. Okay? With almost 40% of the students enrolled at least in one online course. Now, critically, the beautiful perspective on the study of digital technology in higher learning institutions actually looks at the key views that anchor the study. For example, we have two views here. We have the use of resource-based view and the technology acceptance model. Okay? To frame the digital transformation. Now, resource-based view normally focus on how the university manages system, learning system. For example, the learning management system. And the use of the technology acceptance model focus on the perceived use of this technology and the perceived ease of use of the technology. Then, profession, digital transformation in higher learning institutions can be viewed through the integration of digital technology in their learning system. For example, the University of the Second Half actually deployed what we call deployed the digital technologies like the learning management system into that system to enhance what access to learning and also to make sure the outputs of the research is okay. Then, conceptually, in Africa, digital technologies emerged.
Just a bit again. Sorry, I'll interrupt you a bit. The people online said the slides are not moving. Let me just reshare. Sorry. Um, members of the line, please confirm.
Yeah, I can see the slides are back.
Okay, is it background of the study? Okay, I'm not sure whether they can see. Just confirm. Please proceed.
Yeah, we are seeing study.
Yeah, we are seeing it.
All right, so I guess you move faster. You're just in the second slide, and time is moving.
Okay. The contextual perspective of the study of digital technology in Africa and basically in the whole world. For example, in northern Uganda, it is based on the fact that so
Okay, could I just move ahead?
okay, the study of digital transformation in northern Uganda, for example, by the University of the involvement in northern Uganda.
It's okay. Let's just go to okay. It's okay. All right, you can sit down. All right. Could I have as Joseph organizes himself, Moses Bakene, the student has opted to take a break a bit. We're moving to the next student. Moses, you. Rubankene Moses, supervised by Dr. Stephen Opio Ball. All right, yes, Moses, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. This is a special project on dashboard and perceptions in its implementation. So I do appreciate this. In terms of background to this project, Uganda discusses more than 13 public health emergencies each year. On average, it's 13 public health emergencies. And the Ministry of Health does respond to these public health emergencies in a concerted effort on all of the different stakeholders coming to response interventions. And one of the things that is relied upon is information about the public health emergency. And the best source of information is the dashboard, which is a tool that is used to monitor, analyze, and present data in real time. Utilize the very data, make it more customized. And so, this project, I undertook it with the aim of overcoming the problem. Or actually, which is the development of this dashboard takes a very long time. Therefore, an hour project to develop a dashboard that could be replicated by taking exactly the code and updating the language, depending on the public health emergency or the development.
Okay. Moses, could you just give me a second? Sure. All right, it's okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. So for the problem statement, the second addition to the public health event or the disease outbreak or the public health matters. One of the biggest problems is also the shortcomings in information and availability of information. Because without information, we cannot respond to it. And therefore, dashboard will overcome this challenge because a dashboard is a tool that visually presents the information visually and more easily. And so dashboard really reduce the strain on the different stakeholders, all the users. And therefore, this project sought to overcome a challenge, which is that dashboards take a long time to be developed, and we are introduced later in the form. For example, if you take an example, any random response or public health, for example, mpox or cholera. The cholera outbreak is declared today, but we have a public health 3 weeks ago. And that is the problem we are trying to solve this project. And we are developed we are visualize epidemiological data is part of the numbers and the specificities of where and when and who. So that is some of the problems. The objectives of the research. I'll start off with the goal, which was to develop an dashboard for visualization of epidemiological data in a public health response that can be replicated, and then also to assess the perceptions from its utilization. And then the objective was, of course, that this dashboard would be easily replicated for any public health emergency event. So for the methodology took, of course, the system development life cycle, which we know, which is design, implement, maintain, plan, we do the analysis. So for this particular one, we use a primary reference material, which is R handbook. The epidemiologist R handbook is a concerted effort of different organizations that are concerned with public health, say CDC, NSF, and all of it. If the epidemiologist put together with define different R forms that would be required to visualize the order. So for this project, the R handbook was referenced, and then I did undertake the process of adapting some of these R modifying them and making sure that be put together to develop an R which was then scripted and was run and then deployed. And for the LINES is like the primary source data that is used to consolidate all of the data in public health. And so I did adopt a certain LINES for this particular project based on the recommended template by WHO for mpox response worldwide. And then the perception was targeted. It was a passive sampling of respondents, which was a survey that was conducted using a questionnaire and developed Google Forms and community intervention. So here you see is what the dashboard looks like. Now this is an epi dashboard that is deployed in our Shining app. And the link to the dashboard is there in the video. But what you could note when you look at this is the Uganda Public Health epi dashboard. It's as simple as that. But what you have filters. You have filters that you can filter the date that will answer the when aspect of the incident. And then you also do have the person, place, and time. For the person, you can see the age segregation of sample data that are used. And then for the time, you can see the timeline or the epic curve, which is basically how many numbers each day over a period of time. And then the map of Uganda that shows you the spots of where the incidents have occurred. And you can zoom in on this, make one of each of those 3 frames become the bigger on the screen, and then you can build the parameters. And then you can appreciate or take a decision based on the data interest you. And then from the perception side, I have a total of 33 respondents. Remember, it was per person, and we have one of the things that was not 78.7, about 78% of the respondents were people who are actually currently involved in the process. Therefore, in essence, it was getting their real needs in regard to data visualization. And here is the standard of the findings. What you see highlighted in yellow is they agree to the perception of this past. And then what is highlighted in blue about the dashboard is the figure, is the thematic aspect of the user. For example, if the dashboard meets your expectation, if you add the two, you see that about 70%. When you look at the dashboard, improving access to data, they will also see the question is it easy to access that dashboard particularly? Is it more, what's your general knowledge of the concept of health dashboard? And then lastly, it was about the recommendations. Would you recommend that this dashboard be used to public communities? And if you look at this, the big takeaway is that more than 70% of the respondents, if who are inclined on the positive side, strongly agreeing or agreeing to the purpose for this dashboard. And if we then go to the next, these are some of the key findings, some of the key recommendations, but I only need to read through them as we go to the next, which is one, some of the challenges that we have in developing dashboards, which I think talks about, again, was data related, and then we also have that users are not connected. The dashboard was thought to be very quick, but again, for the purpose of a quick deployable dashboard, it had to be, but not to, we will look at the recommendations to see what we plan to do. And then also, lastly, I mentioned, the login requirement was not engineered. So, beyond the need to protect data, the challenge was, can we have open next? And then these are the recommendations. That since 78% of the respondents who are currently involved in box response, can we have this dashboard deployed for the already ongoing public health emergency of endpoint? And then the codes that were provided by the research in this project, of course, we have a whole script code. We thought this code could be further modified in reference to other materials beyond the are also based on technical expertise. So what you require to do tricks on these codes so that you can have a visual that appeals to you. And then the tech dashboard should be open source. Again, we note that from one of the challenges. And then there was a need to develop a user guide alongside the process of developing such a project as a dashboard, so that it doesn't matter your level of familiarity, the concept of the public health dashboard, you can follow through the standard operating procedures and reference that in this, what you're looking at, so you can easier. And then that was to have a filter or expand the dashboard beyond just one particular incident or event, beyond one public health emergency, so that you're able to have one dashboard but you can filter through. Maybe it is cholera and the other drop-down will filter cholera and have pathogens. If it is mpox, so you have several with that filter. And then I go to the last slide, which is my references. And it's after the first one out. That's one of the key references. But other processes, the view of dashboards of the Ministry of Health and other public health resources. Now, lastly, I call this legal slide. I hope it is there. And as I do this conclusion, coming back to Mr. Robinson, if you pick your phone, scan that, do it directly, go to the dashboard. And the password, the username for now is Zobaya, and then the password is 2024 BIA with the underscore. Please just scan that code, you pop up on your phone, you can literally scroll through.
Thank you very much, Ronald. I have to applaud you for the last one. Well, as a BIS student, this is this thing somebody thinks set you apart. Yeah, it shows for me this has been one of the things. I'm going to start with Professor. I'll come to you, Miss Helen, then we can come back. For the people online, yes, we shall do this shortly. Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Director. Thank you for your presentation. US is a unique area of study because you are designing something that will be used in hospital or people working in the health facilities. However, a few comments that I would like to make that will improve your work. I noticed that your problem here is a number of shortcomings in communication of health information. That's why you came up with this instrument called Epi Dashboard. Now, in the process of designing this very important tool, you created more tool, you created more problems. Can you go back to the shortcoming? All right, good. No, yeah, you're that fast now. The shortcoming. Instead of solving the problem, you created more problems. Because you can see the list of gaps that you created. Now, if I were to do the same project, I would start it all over again because you have not solved the problem. Because I would have loved you after you've designed, the end users should have tested it and should have addressed this problem before presenting the result to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Wow, you learned that, Miss Helen.
Thank you so much for very good flow of presentation. But my concern is about statistics too. There's in the background, we quoted the kind of difference of how the Ministry this 14, something that is more applicable. Uganda registers now public health emergency each year. So I think there's need to include statistics and the source of the information to show the magnitude of
All right, I'll come online. I want to start with Professor Latin. Professor, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it is good work he has done. I also have quite a number of students creating dashboards for e-commerce. This is similar. But my question, Rubanga Kene, is why did you use ARA? This slide here where we are. Couldn't you have used any other system? Why ARA? Can you justify it?
Okay, I'm sure you've taken note. Yes, Dr. Cox.
Thank you, Dean. I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. Then Ms. Isabel.
Thank you. So Thank you, Moses, for the great presentation. In the health sector, certainly public health emergencies are a big threat. And as the data science community seeks to find the best way to give information to the people that need to use it in the shortest time possible, the dashboard creations are very important because they help us to tackle these emergencies in real time, given that they're also time sensitive. So in the face of these public health emergencies that we see over time or in Uganda, there are also other efforts to create databases that can be used. So in as much as you have created a dashboard that is very good, one thing I would like to let you know is that the public takes quite a bit of time to adopt dashboards, depending on where and how you sell the solution to the problem that they have. So this is a very good dashboard that would create a system that would help us to quickly tackle these emergencies. However, you would need to know what other dashboards exist and how this can be scaled up. And also, again, there is learning and adaptability. Other people may want to reproduce this. So you need to know that there is a huge skills gap set in the community on how to create dashboards. So you also need to see whether there are other forums that have been used or other tools that have been used to create dashboards and how this will be adopted quickly for the use that you intend for it to be adopted for. Otherwise, this is a great presentation and a great effort to tackle public health emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses. Yes, most of them would be comments. I would also, anything in the health field is something to be grateful. I'm really interested in seeing that dashboard and seeing what else it does, but you could very quick respond to professors seem to have created more problems. Then Professor, I think YR, then we can move to the next.
Thank you. Yes, that indeed, I observed the problem and checked what created to observe. But yes, I underscore that I'm not very well. So I say I observe more problems. The primary problem I set out to solve was the time to develop a dashboard. And with this project, to develop a dashboard you can develop a dashboard in less than a day by simply redeploying the code that I have used when you go home. So I will go back and formulate those challenges and underscore them more as observations and then give recommendations for studies that will tackle them. One thing though that I can solve with this project is to develop an SOP that I will attach to this project that will overcome some of the problems such as user limitations in the requirement for an SOP. That is something that I will do. And then to Professor Latini, YR. YR was answered in the first lecture that we had with Introduction to Data Science. YR. R is open source, and also R is more compatible with utilization of an API that would link to the Ministry of Health electronic integrated data management system, or the DHIS. So that is maybe one area that I can go and write more on and create a justification for why R, point it out as being open source, as anybody can have R, it doesn't require the payment. And then also the possibility of having it linked with other existing systems already within the ministry of health. So one of the things I also think in the write-up is what other dashboards already exist, or the Ministry of Health preferred platforms for the dashboard, which is the electronic disease reporting. Thank you.
Moses, thank you very much. We are interested in following this up, especially here the system, so they can continue to have this discussion. If there are items that are being put, please do that to improve on your paper. Some of these papers, we would like to take them to publication, so take note of this, because this is the same thing that any reviewer would ask you. But otherwise, thank you so much. You can take your leave. We were supposed to have a break at exactly 11, but I've seen our trend and I want to make one request. I'd like to let us have one presentation, then we can have a short break, if you don't mind. For the members online, Professor Ting, Dr. Fox, if you are in acceptance. Yes.
Yes, it is okay.
Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Ms. Gloria Adongping, supervised by Professor Engineer Peter Lating. Gloria, you are welcome. It's exactly 19 or 20 past 11. Please, you may proceed. Thank you.
Students of today by special project titled The Role of Business Intelligence in Enhancing Organizational Resilience. Now, organizations face a lot of disruptions and uncertainties. But the biggest challenge that most organizations currently have is not the availability of data. They have a lot of data, but the challenge still remains. How effectively do they use this data for strategic decision-making and resilience building? And this study was mainly conducted to address this challenge. Business intelligence, on the other hand, has helped very many organizations to transform raw data into actionable insights. But many organizations are still facing a very big issue in addressing the gap that lies between data availability and how they can use that to build resilience. It is upon this that this study was conducted to be able to examine how business intelligence impacts organizational resilience, particularly at Kijani Forestry Company. So the main gap that this research is trying to address is the fact that a lot of studies have been conducted, but there is still very limited research in the area of the role of business intelligence, especially in enhancing organizational resilience, especially in developing economies. So that is the ground upon which this study was conducted, to be able to come up and investigate the extent to which business intelligence systems influence organizational resilience, but at the same time also examine the conditions that contribute to effective use of business solutions. Now, the following objectives inform the research. The main objective of this study was to investigate the influence of business intelligence implementation on organizational resilience. Furthermore, this study was also informed by 4 other specific objectives. The first specific objective was to examine the relationship between business intelligence implementation and employee competency at the Joint Forestry Company. The second specific objective was to determine the relationship that exists between employee competency and organizational resilience. And the third specific objective, which informed this study, was to examine the relationship between business intelligence implementation and organizational resilience at Kijani Forestry. And last but not least, was to determine the predictive power of business intelligence implementation and employee competency on organizational resilience at Kijani Forestry Company. In terms of the conceptual framework, the independent variable of this study was business intelligence, and the study looked at user engagement, technology, and data to define business intelligence. On the other hand, the dependent variable was organizational resilience. And looking at organizational resilience, the study focused on the adaptive capacity, that is the ability of a business to change in the presence of external challenges. It also looked at the absorptive capacity, the ability of the business to continue despite challenges, and the transformative capacity, which was majorly looking at the long-term ability of the business to continue operations even amidst crises or challenges. Mediating between these two variables is the employee competency. And looking at employee competency, the study focused on the analytical adaptability and problem-solving skills of the employees, because with business intelligence in place and organizational resilience on the other side, it's really impossible if the employees do not have the skills needed to help in the implementation of the business intelligence. The study mainly used a case study design focusing on the Kijani Forestry Company. And the study population extracted from the HR record was 275 employees, including CEOs, directors, and other departmental heads. From this, a sample size of 176 participants was selected purposely, and this included 24 administrative staff and 152 technical staff. By administrative staff, the study was looking at mainly the employees in the procurement team, the finance department, and then the HR department. In the technical staff, we were looking at the monitoring and evaluation department. We were looking at the ICT department, the operations department, mainly the area coordinators, the branch coordinators, and the plantation growth officers. Data collection was mainly done using questionnaires, which had closed-ended questions. And analysis was done using SPSS, where mainly the study had descriptive statistics computed, Pearson correlation coefficient, and a multiple regression analysis. In terms of ethical consideration, permission was sought to be able to conduct this study at the Kijani Forestry Company from the company people. And also, all the employees who participated in this study, consent was sought from them. Coming to the key findings of the study found a weak positive correlation with a Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.210 between business intelligence implementation and employee competency, indicating a meaningful but very limited relationship between business intelligence implementation and employee competencies. Looking at the relationship between employee competency and organizational resilience, correlation analysis was conducted, and the study found a correlation coefficient of 0.43, implying a moderate positive relationship between employee competency and organizational resilience. And this relationship was also statistically significant. This suggested that employee competency plays a very, very key role in making an organization more resilient. Looking at the relationship between business intelligence and organizational resilience, and this was the third specific objective, the study found a much higher relationship compared to between employee competency and organizational resilience, with a Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.472. And this relationship was also statistically significant, indicating that greater business intelligence implementation actually contributes to enhance organizational resilience. For the fourth objective, which was looking at the predictive power of BI and employee competence on organizational resilience, multiple regression analysis was conducted and a regression model fit. And according to the regression model on the table above, Y represents the dependent variable, which is organizational resilience. X1 represents business intelligence, and X2 represents employee competency. So according to the model, the correlation coefficient showed a moderate positive relationship between BI implementation and employee competency, with a correlation coefficient of 0.586. And also, from the regression model, Y equals to 1.361 plus 0.350, X1 plus 0.342, X2, that really implies that any unit increase in business intelligence implementation leads to a 0.350 increment in the level of resilience of an organization, all the other factors constant. Similarly, a unit increase in employee competency, whether through training programs and the rest of the other things that really help to make the employees become more competent, a unit increase in employee competency leads to a 0.342 unit increase in organizational resilience. And overall, the model, looking at the model overall, only 33.4% of organizational resilience at Vijay Forestry was explained by BI implementation and employee competence. But this greatly implies that there are still other factors which we are not looked at in this study, accounting for 66.6% of the variation. So it is also another area for future research, examining the other factors contributing to the 66.6% that were not included in this study. In conclusion, therefore, business intelligence and employee competency are very crucial for any organizational resilience. Much as business intelligence had a stronger direct impact than employee competence, but there is still need for organizations to invest both in business intelligence implementation systems and employee competencies. And organizations should therefore focus on building both of those variables. In terms of recommendations, the study recommends that organizations should invest in business intelligence tools and employee training programs so that they're able to improve the level of skills and problem-solving capabilities of their employees, while at the same time investing in tools that will help to make decision-making really easy and simplify data. Also, organizations should foster a culture of continuous learning and adaptation, because the business world is constantly changing and they need to put in place measures that will help them to adapt to the changes. Also, organizations need to integrate the business intelligence insight into risk management and strategic planning so that they are able to prepare well ahead of time in case of challenges or crises. The areas of further research are already highlighted on one. There is need for other researchers to explore the additional factors that contribute to organizational resilience, because the variables that I considered in this study contributed to only 33.2%. We need someone to work on the other variables which contributed to the 66.6%. Also, another area would be to investigate the long-term impact of business intelligence and employee competencies. And then last but not least, another area would be to examine the role of organizational culture in business intelligence implementation. The next slide just contains the reference list from where some of the work was extracted. There's still a lot more references in the final report. Thank you so much for your audience.
Thank you very much, Gloria. That was a good presentation. I'm going to start with Dr. Cox on the other hand. Gloria is the only lady, single lady who started a program and finished. So I must congratulate you. So Dr. Cox.
Yes, congratulations, Gloria, for this very wonderful presentation and very clear. I have only one question for Gloria, and that is from your study, Gloria. How feasible or practical is the integration of BI for the operational efficiency of firms?
Thank you. That's a great question. I would like to add a bit. And what does it even mean for you as the BI person? And again, even coming with findings, a finding that actually shows BI is not very significant. What does it mean to you? Later, you can answer that. Ms. Pisaber?
Thank you, Robinson, and thank you, Gloria, for the wonderful presentation, and congratulations upon completion. Now, I have a comment. I have a suggestion for Gloria as well. I would like to see the slide on the results of the multiple linear regression so that I can be able to point out what I exactly want to talk about. So, Gloria, overall, the multiple linear regression that you used together with the Pearson's correlation is efficient to determine the relationship between organization resilience, business intelligence, and business intelligence. However, in your analysis, this particular slide that we are seeing here, you said that you only adjusted this model using employee competency. Now, in the very basic of the model, you could have included the demographics as well in this model, and you have the data which you presented in the report. You have the information, you have the descriptives. So I would love to see the effect of organization, business intelligence on organization resilience in the presence of the demographics together with the employee competency, because when you adjust the model basing on those, we are likely to see a shift in the adjusted R-squared, which would most probably improve the model. So we would like to know why you did not adjust the model, and yet you have information that normally we would use to adjust the model in this particular case, because some of these factors actually do affect organization resilience. So I would like to see if you could adjust this model using the variables and the information that you have to see if you can improve the adjusted R-squared, hence get a better understanding or an actual complete picture of the actual effect of business intelligence on organization resilience in the face of the adjusted model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peace. Gloria, I'm sure you've taken note. I just want to give an opportunity to anyone who is online, maybe the BI class guys continuing. What do you think? Any observations or key points you might have got? Let me start with the people online before I come to you, Professor Dora. If you could put up your hand at some point if you are. Yes, Professor.
Well, thank you. I think, Glory, sorry. I'm very happy with your presentation. But on your structure is quite good. I followed it from A to Z. Okay? A few things. My comment is to all the students. So when you're doing your higher degrees, these are the people, how many are we? We're about 5 or 6 commenting on your work. Supposing we all gave you all those comments, I think you will run mad. Because we have got to address each and every point. You see, that's where the problem starts. So please get used to it, because all of us are here to help you. But if you go to higher degrees, it's another ball game. Okay, but I'm very, very happy that you really went head on. I could see yes, source of primary data and everything. Particularly, I'm happy about your problem statement and how you intend to address the issue. Okay, the results are very good. So yes, I think this is the kind of work that if I was a reviewer is publishable. Thank you.
I'm not doing this is the first time I've had Professor about any students' work. Gloria, congratulations. Yes, Professor Latin, you supervise this work. I'm sure you.
Colleagues, I really have nothing better to add, only to say that Gloria is extremely good, and supervising her was really difficult. It seems she needs to go ahead and do a master's, because our all arguments, she goes beyond the scope of this qualification here. But she's a very good lady. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, colleagues. I don't have anything more to add.
Thank you, Gloria. Wow, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, Madam Peace first. Yes, there's a question for Madam Peace.
I'll start with the first from Dr. Fox. I think the question was how feasible is business intelligence for the operations? I did this specifically because the time I joined Kijani until now, we are facing a lot of issues, especially the issues are not really where the data is. We have a lot of data, which according to me, I think we can use a lot of the business intelligence tools and be able to use this data to really inform operations and other decisions that top management, but also lower level management is taking. So most organizations these days, the problem is not really data, but how do you translate that data into actionable insights that can be able to cause a change? That is where the biggest problem is. The data is there, but most of them lack the tools and the necessary skills to be able to transform that. Kijani is not an exception. That is why I decided to proceed with this study, and hopefully it's going to act as an eye-opener to even other organizations, not just Kijani. Coming to the comment of Madam Peace, I was actually a bit disappointed when I got only 33%, 33.2%, but data is data, it doesn't lie. So I think I'm going to look into your feedback and see if those other demographic factors can really make the model much better in explaining organizational resilience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Thank you. You can take your seat. So, Professor and everyone, some of the studies, as we are the people online, and we do not want this to stop at project level. We would like to work hard together and get those papers of yours published. Certainly, you'll be the key. You'll be the key author. We only attach it to a professor to help you get this. Professor Lating, how I wish we could get these papers ahead for publication, especially if the students are willing and are able to burn the midnight candle to get this going.
Yeah, we
All
will
right.
help them we'll help them to publish.
Thank you so much. I would like to request that we have a health break, probably not 30 minutes. Our health break will be very short. We'll have a break of 15 minutes, and then we shall proceed immediately afterwards. We've already done five or 5.5. 5.5. We shall have to do the other half. So we're left with about half. We've gone halfway. So let's have our break really fast. Then we shall resume at exactly 11:44. We're going to resume at midday sharp. The next presenter will be Ventus. Ventus, I suggest you come and get a flash and put the work in it, or you can come to me. So Ventus, Joseph, Cosmas, Nicholas, and Justin, let me have your work, just in case you might have updated your slides. That's why we're doing this. All right, thank you very much. Let's have a health break. For the students, we know where we always go, the copper filter tree. Guys, online, we are resuming at exactly 12 noon. So we're going for a health break of 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already 1 minute past midday. We shall resume, although most of the members in council are still out. We have switched to another microphone. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, I'm
Anybody
here.
can confirm? All right, thank you. I want to remember if went to the job. Provided by Professor Ahmed Said Bayat. Professor Bayat is not here now. He said he get time and join us. So we have 10 minutes. I guess give time. Let's spend time on what's really important. We're very interested in your background, your problem, your methodology, and the applications. You may start. Maybe. Oh, sorry.
The team of panel here present, management and staff of the university, well-wishers, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. I am called Bentas Doc. And I have a presentation to present entitled The Effectiveness of Protein Awareness in Mitigating Motorcycle among youth. A case study of Karuma Akwach Highway. For those who don't know this road, it is 106 kilometers apart, and it traverses through the Mashishon Falls National Game Park. And also there are some commercial centers along the road in the name of Boom, Oluyo, Oromot, and Latoro. The main economic activities there is agriculture. In big scale.
So we are experiencing little challenges. So members of the bear with us. The IT team is trying to work on.
Yeah, so this work was closely supervised by none other than Professor Mohammed Said Bayat. Unfortunately, we have not met face to face. The issue of online, but I believe one day we shall meet.
Just if vendors proceed. Okay, vendors, please, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I don't know what that means, that's like, you know,
First slide was that's going to be cover page.
all right.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I've already talked about this.
All right.
Go to the background. Road safety is a critical public health issue, especially in high accident areas or regions. Motorcyclists are vulnerable, especially in undeveloped areas with weak traffic regulations. Our area of study is not exclusive. Karuma Kapach Highway in Uganda has seen a rise in accidents, especially among youth. Factors contributing to accidents include inexperience, risky driving, and disregard for traffic laws. Normally, what I got from the ground is that the youth normally they buy, they sell their land. After selling the land, they buy the motorbikes without getting the technical skills on how to ride. Also, even getting the rules. And yet, on the way, we have road signs which can communicate. Normally, the road communicate to the motorists and the road users through the road signs. They are there, but sometimes because of the negligence and the status of the riders, the recklessness, that's when we get this kind of youth focus campaigns effectiveness is crucial for improving road safety. Next slide. According to a study conducted by Itara and Econa in 2022, they established that 24.1% of injuries treated in local health centers, including Bulu Regional Referral Hospital and Naga Hospital, are due to border accidents. There is therefore need to understand the causes and factors of the accidents. Currently, for the focus on infrastructure improvements and law enforcement, like for the Karuma Papach, the Karuma Papach Road is under rehabilitation. So at least the government has done something on improving the road. The road and effectiveness of your specific campaign is unclear. The gap, so further, the research gap has been lack of comprehensive studies on campaign effectiveness. And that is why I came with this topic. The objective of the research identified three. One, to assess the awareness levels of youth regarding road safety measures and regulations. Two, to examine the relationship between road safety awareness and motorcyclist accidents rates among youth. Three, to identify barriers in implementing effective road safety campaigns targeting youth. Next slide. Methodology, the study utilized cross-sectional design and targeted population was comprised of youth aged 18 to 30, and they constitute 60%, community members 30%, and local leaders 10%. Data collection was the reduced traffic questionnaires using involved including items like road safety knowledge, attitudes, behaviors of the riders. And we also have semi-structured questionnaires for which include like self-reported accident experiences by the motorists. That one was specifically for quantitative analysis. The data analysis, we used descriptive and inferential statistics for quantitative data, body framework for quantitative data. Here we have taken 3 areas. One, the awareness of road safety rules. We discovered that 49% of events they have the awareness, there's the knowledge of them, they have the rules, they have the awareness and the safety rules, and they get the number of things that information from TV, from media, that is TV, radio, social media, and then 40% of their knowledge from road safety campaigns, others from friends like 3% and safer. And then in the case of the accident experience, that is in line with the second objective. 91 respondents testified to getting involved in the accident or witnessing the accident, meaning the rate of getting accident and witnessing is very high. And 9 did not witness or even get involved in the accident. The barriers, of course, they all identified poor condition as the major barriers to implementing the awareness, with the awareness campaign on the road. I mean, the poor conditions is one of the factors which they identified as being the major barrier, and then followed by lack of awareness of road safety rules, like 28%. Findings on road safety campaigns, 85% of participants engaged in road safety campaigns. At least they got involved themselves in the road safety campaigns. 49%, as we saw higher, learned about safety rules through media, the TV, the social media, and the rest. And then 40% cited road safety campaigns, like the community workshops that was organized. The relationship between road safety awareness and accidents rates, despite high awareness, 91% reported involvement or witnessing motorcycle accidents. This indicates disconnection between knowledge and safe riding practice. Barriers, of course, poor conditions hang when the rank were highly, and it is really true, and maybe the government will have to do a lot on the rural roads. It's a major factor which was identified. Then lack of relatable messaging in campaigns. They don't. Some messages are outdated, so they need to be always updating it. Conclusion: high awareness does not equate to safe barrier. A multi-dimensional approach is needed to improve road safety outcomes for youth motorcycles. The recommendation: there's need for tailored interventions that relate with youth experiences, enhance community engagement, infrastructure improvement, like for the case of Karuma Papach, it is already being rehabilitated, and regular training programs, strict enforcement of regulations. Areas of other studies, changes in awareness, behaviors over time. And here are some field references which we used. You can see the one of the power here and the one we used for the background, and others. More stories, more details in the report. I thank you sincerely.
Thank you. Ventures was looking at the ITARA paper 2022. So that makes it, I think it's a relevant study. I'll start with you, Professor.
in this presentation. For us. In learning tasks. However, as a student, we always means our views, common for improvement. I've got a couple of areas that I thought I should highlight. The first one is this accident in the regard of riding on cycle. I wish you would have given us some kind of statistic, how serious it is within that area. That's number one. Number two, there's this issue of campaign. I don't know how you define that campaign. It's not very clear. This campaign, is it by government, is it by is it by who? Now, if that's so, what method have they used in that campaign? Is it through posters? Is it through road sign? Is it through education? And so on and so forth. It needs to be clearly for you to talk about, yes, you have got this campaign, but how effective are these methods? That would actually give us a good picture of your study. How effective are these methods of campaign? That was not this. In the methodology, you said you actually you surveyed participant age between 18 to 30. You will have to hear how many sample size. Lastly, he suggested the area of further study. I would also love to hear you say, okay, I've done this, the road between Papaj and Aroma, sorry, up to Real. Can somebody also do it in other roads? That would be a good idea. You did here, there are some other roads that people are using. That would be a good idea to see whether the problem is prevalent across the country or limited to. In which case, you go to a camp, then they have to deal with the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I can go to the team on the other side, we'll be starting with Dr. Cox. I would also like to emphasize what the professor said about defining campaigns, because some campaigns are also done via media. So you may find it's a campaign, but it's on social media. So how do we tell them that media, TV, radio is different from non-social campaign? Just to be clear. Dr. Cox.
Okay, thank you, Ojok, for this presentation. For me, I think that this work is good, but I think if you sort of sharpen the results of your work, it's a very good piece of work for especially traffic. And on that note, for example, who are you targeting to disseminate the results of this study for actual implementation? Because on most of the work that I'm seeing, I'm not seeing what the dissemination strategy is for this work. Is it going to remain on the shelves, or is there another sort of way that it can actually be practically implemented? Then I was just casually scanning through your report. I think you need to improve the way you've presented your results, the statistics, and also the tables. You need to look into that. Thank you.
Very much, Doctor. Professor Latin, I know you are a serious critic of I am really interested in hearing from you. Professor?
Yeah, thank you, Ventas. Can you please go to your slide on the objectives? Yeah, I have a problem with these objectives here. To especially the third one, the last one. Normally, the way we write objectives, you move from objective one to the next and to the final one as you try to get a solution to the problem. But then yours here, especially the last one, to identify barriers. How did you identify this? How was that objective achieved?
Dennis is taking notes. That's a good question, Professor.
Yeah, I would like to know it. And now, how many participants were here? The participants and what was the population? Because it is not clear to me. Because participants in a study should come from a given population. How did you sample them?
Thank you.
And finally, the results. What was the baseline? Because you presented results, okay, some types of campaigns, and 91% of those people had experienced accidents. Then what was it before this study? So that we compare and see whether your work was useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think those are very good insights. Ms. Isabel?
Could you repeat the last question?
On the last one, where is the baseline? We have at this comparison. So, for example, we have at this point before the campaign, or before campaigns, this was the accident rate, this was the awareness. And after the campaign, some bit of baseline to show I don't know, the improvement or decline. Yeah. Thank you. Isabel?
Thank you, Mr. Dean, and thank you, Ventus, for the wonderful presentation. Most of the comments have been made. So I have an overall comment and some very specific comments as well in the presentation of the analysis. So overall, the methodology is well captured and it feeds well into the analysis. However, some things to note in the presentation of the results. I note in the research report that was shared, there are some variables, for example, the age that you presented using bar graphs. Now, the presentation of the age that you made appears to show that age is a quantitative variable in this case. And so the graphs that you presented would do well if you actually put the age into age brackets, if you wish to present them in form of, the graphs that you did. However, if you have chosen to take age as a quantitative variable in this case, then you may actually need to use the descriptives and do the numerical analysis as opposed to the presentation that you made. The presentation that you made would go well if you put them into their respective brackets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, please. So Ventus, I would like to take note for those that you can respond to. If those that cannot, that means those are the things you need to find. Rebecca, you have about 1 minute.
Thank you, members. And thank you for the positive comments that you have made. I will respond to those ones which I can, but the rest is which I will correct in the report. Maybe together with those ones that have made a comment. Yeah, I agree with Professor Odora. About the statistics, the accident in the area. I don't know whether I got it clearly, but I didn't go into that. It is also the first job they started and the statistics at the moment, and then before and then at the moment. So I did not liaise with the traffic officers, and I didn't go into those details. If there is need, I think I'll have to I will see that we incorporate it in the report. The campaign, meaning is to create awareness with the community and mostly the youth. If you, okay, I want to just, to testify. Like last year, the section which is already marked, we experienced fatal accidents. And you and again say, now why should people really? The road is now okay, but why should we find this alcohol consumption? We find there is overspeeding and like recklessness. So I think it is not supposed to be like only with the government. All the stakeholders should be involved. All the stakeholders should be involved. The traffic police should be there. When they're conducting that thing, like in the community, the traffic police should be there. Even the motorcycle dealers should also be there. And the school, because most of these people went to school, but in the school, those things are not there. Maybe also the school management will also be brought on board. So that is wide-based, broad-based.
That's a bit. So these things, are they in your paper? We capture that because they're very good points. Now this will be good because I think Dr. Kose, we could sharpen our findings. Some of the things that they seem nitty-gritty, but when we talk about it, they're nice. They could be in the paper, they're really enriched.
Some of them are in the papers, but still, because we don't have the final, we shall still make some amendments there and then. Yeah. So that is why, like in this study, we use cross-sectional design, but we can use longitudinal longitudinal design, whereby you after the awareness, you follow up. There's no follow up. People just go and give the workshop, do the workshop, they get the that kind of stuff, and they don't make a follow up. So there's need for a longer what? Follow up. There should be some sort of follow up. Don't know whether I answered, Professor.
Could you answer the question on the population, the number?
Yeah, the population, that's why I was giving in percentages. I said the youth, 18 to 30, they are 60%. The population was 100. So the youth, we gave them the share of 60. Then the community members, we gave them 30. We what? We questioned 30, and then the local leaders, the LC1, the LC2, that kind of stuff, we gave them a lot of things. So it is 100.
I think that will get it clear.
Yes.
Colleague who are online, that will get it clear. You said you used the questionnaire for the data.
Yes.
How many questionnaire papers did you present?
100.
100.
Yes. For 100
participants.
All right, it's okay, Vendors, in the interest of time, let me do this. Let me what I would like you to now in your final paper, take into consideration what the members will say. Sharpen, check the objective, the professor said, work on the sharpening the findings, okay? Then the part of the I did not go deep into the paper, I didn't go deep, but also check on the presentation of the analysis. Rather, thank you. This is a very relevant study. It's very important. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you for the audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ventus. Yeah. All right. The next person, I did not see him around. Okay. Somebody give Joseph. Okay. Somebody give Joseph the opportunity to come and complete his presentation. If you don't feel well, please feel free to say it. Don't say it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called William Joseph Peter Chile. and come to present my project report entitled Digital Transformation and the Performance of Higher Learning Institutions in Northern Uganda. I'm taking the case of the University of the Sacred Heart, Gulu, as a study center. To begin with, let's start. I think we can, okay, let's start by talking about the background of the study. This study actually adopted an approach from a scholar by the name Amin in 2005. And according to Amin, that the background of any study can be written from the historical perspective, theoretical perspective, conceptual perspective, and the contextual perspective. From the historical point of view, digital transformation. Yes.
In terms of time, suggest to move this, at least the parts we already got, we move it so that we can get the most interesting part.
Okay, okay, maybe you can talk about the statement, maybe from the.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, the rapid advancement of digital technologies actually provides opportunities to enhance teaching and learning and administrative processes, okay, efficiently. So, for example, in Northern Uganda, institutions like the University of the Sacred Heart Gulu actually integrate digital technologies to improve their educational outcomes. However, these universities actually face a lot of challenges, okay? Challenges like inadequate digital infrastructure, insufficient staff training, weak policy frameworks that slow down the adoption, okay? Now impacting both the institutional performance and the educational quality. While there has been many research conducted on digital transformation in higher learning institutions, there has been actually a gap in the studies. For example, in the rural areas, they did not actually put much attention on how the post-conflict region being affected by this kind of studies. You can move ahead. This study has been guided by some objectives. So the main objective here was to explore the influence of digital technology, digital transformation on the performance of higher learning institutions. So we can look at the specific objective. The first one was to examine the influence of digital learning tools on the performance of higher learning institutions in Northern Uganda. The second is to assess the relationship between faculty and digital literacy and the performance of higher learning institutions in Northern Uganda. And the last objective was to identify the challenges encountered in integrating these digital technologies in enhancing the performance of higher learning institutions in Northern Uganda. And somebody can ask, what could be the significance of this study? So this study actually provides informed policymakers and stakeholders about the need to invest in digital infrastructure in higher learning institutions. Again, the study also provides insights that students can borrow from this. Actually, it contributes to the body of knowledge where different scholars can utilize these findings to have a better understanding of how digital technologies are integrated in higher learning institutions. And above all, it provides insights that would actually help the administration of the university to make a strategic informed decision that would lead to the growth or the development of the university. This is the conceptual framework for the study, though it was not actually part of the slides that the university provided, but I thought it wise that it would be good for me to include it such that people will have a better understanding of how the independent variables. So the conceptual framework here provides logical linkages between the independent variables and the dependent variables. So when you look at this, you will find that the independent variables are one, the digital learning tools being measured by key indicators that we have seen here, the digital libraries, the learning management system, the online courses, virtual classrooms, and we have digital literacy as being the second, and challenges faced in integrating digital technologies. And we have the dependent variables, but performance of higher learning institutions being measured by the key indicators, as you have seen there. And this conceptual framework was driven from the specific objective of the study. And the conceptual framework here is the building block for this study. So all the indicators that we have seen here, it is captured in the literature review. And it is from this conceptual framework that the research instruments are designed. So let's look at the methodology. Okay, the study actually adapted method where by triangulating both the qualitative and the quantitative methods. And it used what we call the parallel convergent research design. And this was given by Creswell. And according to Creswell, that the parallel convergent research design is that research design. It's the process of collecting qualitative data and quantitative data simultaneously and analyzing them separately, but integrating the results in order to make a better understanding of the study subjects. Now, the population of the study included the students of the University of the Sacred Heart. I think if you're a student, you might have come across this. The university staff and alumni. And actually, the study adapted certified sampling techniques where students were grouped, okay, the participants were groups according to their categories and randomly selected to come up with a sample size of 118 out of 165 number of the community of the University of the Sacred Heart, as per the Wikipedia report of the 2017. I've actually failed to get the updated population of the University of the Sacred Heart. That's why I had to base my study on the one that I have gotten. And the study used survey methods for data, for collecting quantitative data, and interview for collecting qualitative data, where descriptive statistics, correlation analysis, and regression analysis was used for the qualitative data, and content or thematic analysis was used to analyze qualitative data. And for the quantitative data, the results are presented in terms of, and for the qualitative data, the results presented in narrative form. And it is if you check in the video document, you will see how these data are integrated. But in this finding, because of the limitations of the work of the slides, some of the data, like for the interview, were not included. Now, the reliability and the validity of the research instrument. The reliability of the research instrument was ensured by doing testing for the instrument at least twice, and a comeback value of 76% was obtained. And according to if an alpha value of comeback value is more than 70, meaning that the study instrument is actually okay. Then the content analysis, the content validity, the instrument was passed to the industry experts to actually see whether the instruments, the items within the instrument measure exactly what is intended to measure, and it was found that the instrument was actually valid. Then, for the issue of technical consideration, the study entirely rely on the research process, entirely rely on the ethical guidelines by the university for a postgraduate level. And okay, let's rush to the. This section actually shows you key findings selected from the study objectives. For example, we have here descriptive statistics on the challenges, because when you read the objective, it wanted to find out the challenges facing the integration of digital technologies. Now, the respondents were asked to rate in a scale of 5 Likert scale, where 1 stands for strongly. Then the mean and the standard deviation was used to draw a conclusion on this. The mean actually shows the level of response from the respondents, and the standard deviation shows the variability of the response from the mean. So the higher mean indicates strong agreement by the respondents. And when you see the standard deviation is high, meaning there is variation in the response by these respondents. So coming to correlation analysis. Correlation analysis is to establish or identify the relationship, the correlation between the digital literacy and the performance of higher learning institutions. When you look at the p-value, it is 0.624, meaning that this relationship is actually positive, very strong, with the p-value 0.00. Okay, this means that it actually underscores the importance of digital skills for the university to perform well. The students have to be equipped with the knowledge on how to utilize different technologies that are within the university. So, here. The integration analysis talks about the digital literacy and the performance of higher learning institutions. And the model summary here gives a summary of the findings. When you look at the R, it is 0.2. I'm not seeing it very well. It shows a strong relationship. And the R square here, 0.423, indicates that 42% of the performance of higher learning institutions has been explained by the digital learning tools, meaning about 57.3 are left by for other factors. Now, this significance.
Because of time, read your findings.
Okay, the findings from the analysis, we could see that there is a strong positive correlation between digital learning tools and the performance of higher learning institutions, emphasizing the importance of adopting these effective digital solutions. So for the university to perform well, meaning that they have to emphasize more on these tools. Then the second one, digital literacy became the strongest predictor of performance of higher learning institutions, explaining here there is a mistake here, not early, but nearly half of its variability. Okay, meaning that enhancing the staff and the students' effective competencies, the students' competencies in digital skills is critical to achieving better outcomes. So the third one is on the third objective. It was found that infrastructural limitations, financial constraints, and cybersecurity concerns were the most or are the most pressing challenges, while resistance to change was less significant based on the standard deviation that we have seen and the mean. So, conclusions and recommendations. Conclusion: that digital literacy significantly enhances institutional performance. The digital learning tools like the online courses and the virtual classrooms significantly improve student satisfaction. And infrastructural deficits, the financial constraint, and the cybersecurity issues were the major barrier effectively adopting these technologies. Then recommendation that the university or any higher learning institution should invest in a proper digital infrastructure to address the connectivity and system limitations. We have even been facing this where the presenters were supposed to live, but due to these challenges, we are still having this. So the university should look into that. Then also introduce regular and accessible digital training programs for all stakeholders. So I see normally during the beginning of semester, our students are trained on how to utilize this learning management system, but still it may not be enough. More training should be. And also, the university may face, or higher learning institution may be facing challenges in integrating this. But what they should do is to pattern and get grants such that it mitigates the financial constraint. And above all, implement comprehensive data protection frameworks such that the data that you may have is not leaked out. Then further studies. To conduct comprehensive studies to evaluate digital transformation impact across multiple institutions. This study only targeted the University of Secretariat, but more studies should be done to capture wider area. Then the last one, explore how governance and policy frameworks influence the success of digital transformation initiative in higher learning institutions. And these are the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, okay. I think I'll go online first. I'll start with Professor Latin. Professor, you supervised a study very similar to this, if I'm not mistaken, years ago. What do you think of this study?
Yeah, this very good. I think, Oriam, it is good work. I've seen you have been struggling to collect data. Now, I have a few comments. In Sweden, for example, you see, I still do something for my university in Sweden. The Swedish government assess the relevance now, the effectiveness of this digital education, digital transformation and in schools. They are trying to restrict it because they have come to a stage where learning is not taking place. And this is a problem with all case studies that are done. If it is a case study, you see, it is problematic to generalize. So he's also very, very clever in his recommendation in further work. He says this thing should be done in multiple other institutions because the results will be different.
Yeah.
This is a problem we have with case studies. You cannot replicate the results. So your findings only make meaning in the context under which the research was done. It only has meaning in the University of the Sacred Heart, Gulu. If you try to replicate this result somewhere else, you get wrong things. You get totally different things. But I appreciate you for very detailed work you have done. Now, you go to the slide of results.
The findings.
Results before. Because I don't quite see your results to specific objective 3. Are you presenting it as a finding? What's the difference between results and a finding? This is what I would like to know. Because you have no results for specific objective number 3, but you have put something in findings. And I don't know how you achieve that particular specific objective number 3. That's my worry. But it is good work. You look at it one more time.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes, and not thank you, Dr. Janet Cox.
Okay. Thank you, Oriam, for this work. For me, my concern is on the conceptual framework, and then how you use the technology acceptance model theory. You've put it in your report, but I've not seen you coming out how you relate the variables in the technology acceptance model, which is the perceived usefulness and the perceived ease of use in your work. So if you can integrate it into your conceptual framework and show the relationships of these variables, it will make your work more academically. It will have the academic rigor that it deserves. But if you're not going to use it, then it's better you remove it away from your report. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Just a bit also on this page, if I can, Professor. The conceptual framework is it's a source, I think it's from Cowell and Schipper, but it's modified by the researcher. I'm really interested in knowing it because I'm not sure, and maybe the professors could guide us a bit here. So you report it, yes, but it's already modified by us. Is it already new for work? Is it something that's academically, Professor? Maybe then you can benefit your own.
Well, you normally rely for this. There's always a confusion between conceptual framework and sometimes you do both with a great amount of problems. Many of these are developed conceptual theoretical framework are developed as specific feature. We tend to rely on it. And we use them because they are relevant for studies. Everybody say which are accepted. So my only comment here is if you use any of these, you need to be very careful, understand it, and make sure it's relevant to your study. Otherwise, if I look at it, sometimes students conceptual framework just as stable without explaining what it is all about. Okay? Let me come back to what I wanted to say. I looked at your title. The question I would like to ask, because this is the transformation here. What is this performance? Is this performance in terms of human resource management? Is it in terms of academic performance? Is it in terms of government? You really need to be very clear on this. Otherwise, your study becomes too broad, to cover so many things. There's nothing.
But you don't listen.
Yeah.
There's some interference.
There's some interference.
Gladys, could you please mute yourself?
Oh,
Gladys.
how big is it? How big you? Even though Auntie Joy is there. Which when you said, I was into it.
And that person.
When someone reach out to them. Yeah.
Don't worry.
This is simple.
I think I know. So what I'm trying to say to the student that I think we need to look at this topic or the title. Maybe we need to rework the panel digit to fit what we are research about. And we are finding so otherwise way out. Because we are talking of things that are not connected to this transformation. Okay? Number two, I'd like to say something about methodology. Like the other student, yeah, your description about methodology and about this is helpful. I'd like to see the population size, how many did you interview, how many did you give questionnaire to, how many participated you are studying, you have what a lot. The last one is overheard.
You better increase your huh?
The last one is to do with validity, reliability, and all these. And you said you involved some people
management system. I'm glad that Professor Ronald James Odora was my supervisor, and I do thank you so much for bringing me this far in my academic journey. Businesses and non-business entities have got people whom they serve. And depending on the nature of business, the people whom we serve could be called customers. And what all organizations experience is how to keep these people served well, so that they remain within your market if you are a business type of organization. And therefore, in this research, we are saying, yes, the market itself has changed, that customers are no longer of many years ago that they will not demand for so many things openly. The customers have now are very superior in terms of knowledge, in terms of access to information. They know what they want in terms of quality and so on. And on the other hand, there are also forces of competition environments that keeps worrying institutions, because competition means you can be driven out of business, and yet you have customers that you are serving. And therefore, we are saying, yes, in order to continue to serve our customers, we cannot serve what is not there. Their retention becomes key. And this retention is not only in business firms. In this context, we are looking at it in the concept of universities. Now, institutions in a bid or organizations to keep customers are now looking for ways that can bring these customers much closer, such that even if they have products that may not be very appealing, but if there's that closer connection, then they should be in position to improve by having the basic information generated from customers and then put something better. And that's how the concept of customer relationship management comes in the way of ensuring that customers are attracted, they are kept, and they are kept for a longer period of time. Now, to attract and retain customers is not only in other organizations, it is also in universities, because universities have got students. We can no longer just call them students, but they are customers. Because if we go deep to look at what's the output of the impact of having a student in the university, you will actually find that the universities, because there are students there who buy, who come to enroll for courses, they pay, and that's how revenue is generated. And the universities could be using these revenues to continuously run, meet their long-term goals, and so on. And that's why we are saying that the need to attract students becomes fundamental to even universities. There are studies that are in other fields about retention of customers. But I say, however, in the context of academic institutions here, the studies on CRM have been there. However, the studies that focus on how students perceive the impact of CRM on their ability to continue to stay in the universities have been found to be limited. And yet, when CRM tools are implemented well, students are communicated to, they feel more comfortable, their issues are resolved. It becomes a center of close connection between the university and the students. Now, reports have been showing that universities, yes, keep wanting to enroll more students. Like this report from Odajiro showing there was increase in the enrollment of students in public universities, yet also the report shows that much as you admit many, but the ones you keep there within you over time that can actually result into maybe revenues generated, like commonly called non-tax revenue in government universities, is affected by decline in the number of students, dropping out of students, and also is affected by students not returning to a higher level of studies in these same universities here. And this becomes a concern. So we are saying that this is the retention issue, and this low retention here could be attributed to the way universities are utilizing customer relationship management practices that may not be adequate enough. And previous research carried out about CRM in Uganda exists, yes, but they do not focus on perception of students on these CRM practices, on their retention and on their willingness to continue to stay in the universities. And that's why my research is focused on perception of students on the CRM practices and their attraction or their retention to stay in the universities. Retention is important because it's a way of generating revenues to the institution, but it becomes also a problem if institutions don't do it, because it also undermines achievement of sustainable development goals like Pillar 4, which talks about quality education. And it also undermines Pillar 8 of sustainable development goals, which talks about a good economy and having skilled or knowledgeable society. And from this, I find it that this study is linked to sustainable development goals as well, once the issue of retention is addressed. In terms of objectives, 5 of them, one of it is to investigate the level of student awareness of CRM in the universities, and then also to assess the students' experience of the CRM in the universities, and then to evaluate the relationship between student satisfaction with the CRM and the student retention in the universities, and to determine the perceived impact of CRM on student retention in universities, and then to analyze the features that students find most useful for their retention purposes in the universities. I request you to take us to the next slide. The slide covers methodology, and the first aspect is the research approach. This study employed quantitative research approach because the aim was to collect quantitative data in numerical forms. And how the research design was cross-section in nature, because it was a study carried out one-off without intention at the moment to go back and back and back to it. So one-off study, that's why it is cross-sectional, but with, of course, descriptive statements for the quantitative data. And they carried out specifically institutional planning, for instance, one university in West Nile. In terms of sample and the population, starting with the population was 306 students at Makerere University Business School, Arua campus. And this population of 306 students was obtained from the assistant registrar of the campus, basing on the most registered number of students. And this, we looked at students from diploma up to masters, 306. And from this, using Crazy and Morgan table of sample size 1970, that sample of 169 was obtained. Now, in terms of sampling technique, I use stratified for the grouping of the students, because those are diploma, bachelor's, postgraduate, and master's. And then from that, simple random was used to pick out the respondents. And in terms of data collection methods, a structured questionnaire was used, anchored on 5-point Likert scale of agree, rather of strongly disagree, disagree, not sure, agree, and strongly agree. And all of these had numerical assignments on them. And the resulting into collection of numerical data. That analysis was done using SPSS version 22, and the SPSS was chosen because the researcher is also comfortable using it, and too widely known tool for statistical analysis, especially involving quantitative data, in which you can do all forms of analysis that you are interested in. Descriptive statistics in form of frequency tables and percentages was used to understand the linkage between the various aspects of customer relationship management practices and student retention. The next slide. The next slide is the presentation analysis and interpretation of results. These findings have been presented in line with the 5 objectives. The study findings reveal 80% of the respondents agreed that they are aware of customer relationship management system in the universities, and the awareness was actually investigated by looking at a number of dimensions. One of them being understanding of the concept of customer relationship management. It was also in terms of if they know that it exists in their institution. It was also in terms of how it is integrated in daily or various practices within the university, and also what they think about its usefulness. And all this was aggregated to come up with that finding that revealed that they are aware of the level of CRM in the university.
Members online, can you hear us, please?
Yes, me, I'm hearing.
You're not here? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Let's proceed. I suggest you move a bit fast, so maybe 2 minutes on your time.
Okay, and in relation to objective 2, 75.6% of the respondents also agreed that they experience CRM services in those key areas of academic counseling, support queries, and feedback mechanism. And then 78.3% of the respondents also agreed that CRM impact positively on them because it makes them feel connected to the university as it enables them to address their issues. While in relation to objective 4, 86.7% agreed that they perceive CRM as positively impacting on their relationship with the retention at the university because it makes them remain connected, and 87% of the respondents agreed that all aspects of CRM are very useful. Of course, these aspects we are talking about are the ones that were tested. For instance, prompt query handling, prompt communication, and the issue resolving among them were all, they agreed with them that they are all very critical aspects that supports their retention at the university. In terms of discussion of these findings have been found to be supported by other previous scholars. Customer relationship management is found to be supported by those scholars there, who indicate that awareness in terms of knowledge and information on how certain services can be used by students to address their issues simply means that students, they feel they are more connected, their concerns are more addressed easily by the universities. Student experience with the CRM, also this finding agrees that the student had a good experience. They actually experience CRM services in their universities, which is also supported by findings of previous scholars that once CRM initiatives are visible and students are made to experience them, it makes them feel that there is something that ties them and they should remain within the universities. CRM relationship and student retention, the findings also reveal that yes, the students have been interacting with the CRM, and it is supported by previous scholars, which shows that their issues are attended by CRM practices, which improves on their capability to come back for further courses or to continue until they finish their courses. And the specific features of CRM have been found to be attractive, rather good in making a step within the universities, that have been also supported that those features of CRM, such as communication frequently, addressing complaints, giving feedback mechanisms as a priority to students, allowing students to send their views in relation to what they hear happening. I've been found to be for retention of space. So in terms of conclusion, from this study, you're saying that universities, by adopting CRM, are in position to modernize university services and be in position to attract more students and get more value by having students there. When a university loses students, indirectly there is a problem somewhere in the long run in terms of revenues and so on. And therefore, in critical areas and services, CRM practices should be adopted by universities. And this requires in terms of initiatives that are aimed at ensuring that all university operations have elements of CRM practice in it to make students more comfortable and preach the good gospel about the university. In terms of limitation of this study, there were many limitations. One was in terms of scope. The scope of this study, in terms of content, focused on CRM practices like awareness, like experience, and so on. But this may not have been enough to understand CRM better in the universities. In terms of location, the limitation that's there is that this study was conducted in one university in Arua. And probably Arua as a city is not bigger than the whole West Nile, not bigger than the whole country. And then population also was a limitation because we are looking at only 306 students in one university. And then in terms of method, only quantitative method was used, and this may not give me all the results to make proper generalization from it. So I therefore recommend that further research should be undertaken in the following areas. One, more universities need to be included in this study. Within West Nile, Northern Uganda, that will be good enough because it will be about 2 regions now. And then that will, of course, mean more regions on board. And probably a mixed method that involves also qualitative analysis, because qualitative approach means we are looking at lived experiences of students and also probably bringing on board administrators and managers of the university to understand their lived experience and their views about university operations and retention of students in relation to customer relationship management. And this may also call for more variables to be investigated that influence student perception. And those are some references, dear panel members and students who are here. I thank you very much for listening, and I thank our staff for
Thank you very much.
making me reach this far.
Thank you. These are studies about universities and they're pertinent to us. I will, in the interest of time, I will be picking on, I think, two more, now you're professor. Yes, I'm going to start with Dr. Cox. Dr. Cox, you've been following some observations in this particular study.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Cox.
You're
Yes, we
talking
can hear
to
you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just have I would like just some feedback on, thank you, Cosmas, for the presentation. One is, you keep talking of one university. Does this university have a name, or the name of the university is one university? And then the objectives, I find them a bit too many, 5 objectives on awareness, experiences, interaction, relationships, and features. I don't know if some of these can either be integrated or something like that. And the other question is on your methodology that you employed, the quantitative approach. and yet you are investigating perceptions and also experiences, which you ably mentioned in your further area of further research, that there should be study on qualitative approach. Is there a particular reason why you did not use a mixed method, since you have perceptions and you also have experience, and it would have made your research more interesting? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Please.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you, Cosmas, for the wonderful presentation. The presentation was detailed and well thought of, but I will re-echo the methodology that you used in this research, because it has effects on your conclusions and answering the research questions that you have put. For example, research question number 3, okay, is examining relationships. Now, in the event that you have not used the mixed methods, meaning you do not have the qualitative aspect, I do not see how you have examined the relationship. In the report that you submitted, you used descriptive analysis to describe the relationship, but descriptive analysis generally does not establish relationships between two variables. So in this case, we cannot quantify or determine whether the relationship exists or not. So essentially, you may not be having enough, approaches to answer the question that deals with relationships. So I would like you to revisit this. So either you will use a different approach, which is not descriptive, that means level 2 analysis, to actually establish if there exists a relationship between these two variables or not. Otherwise, thank you for the presentation and the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. The second, Professor Latin, there's a comment. How did the AI measure perception and relationship experiences using quantitative methods? What was the response rate of the respondents? But I think it is almost what we're talking about, perceptions and quantitative will not go together. Professor Latin.
Yes, thank you, Dean. Cosmas, you go to your slide on problem statement. If you can. Now, it is like a continuation of literature review, background. It is not very good. And also, of all things, you read something in the New Vision. We normally don't allow graduate students to quote anything from the New Vision or from the Monitor. You get a lot of wrong things there. So that dilutes the value of your work. Never read anything from a newspaper or popular magazines like The Independent of Andrew Mwenda. There's nothing there. So you take care next time. And
Okay.
can you go to the slide of conclusions? Your conclusion, you see, it is one sentence, 5 specific objectives, and you concluded so badly. You look at your conclusion again. If there were 5 specific objectives, I expect every objective to have a conclusion because you achieved it. This one is too brief. But I thank you for a job well done.
Thank you. Professor, let's start up the student, then we can come back to you. Yes, Cosmas? Would you like to respond, or some? Most of them are things that I think we need to get back to. And then the question, for example, posed by Dr. Janet, maybe the university, maybe why it doesn't. Then we have to do the quantitative, as I said, but let me start.
Thank you, our panel members, for the comments. One university, yes, I did mention this university methodology, that is Makerere University Business School, our campus. Maybe I can say over time I was mentioning the one frequently, but it's Makerere University Business School at our campus. And I want to say that all other comments that have been given, I've taken note of them. I want to use them to improve on this work in consultation with my supervisor. This is the work I'm very passionate about and would like to see it go into the digital space in terms of knowledge contribution. So I take all these comments and would like to improve on this work and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cosmas. Just from a marketing perspective, customer relationship management is going to be a system or initiative. Then there are either tools, there's software, some universities have it as a software. It's either a practice that the university has, that this is our practice. I've not checked the paper in detail, but I hope that in the introduction, the background, we're able to define very clearly, because just to not to be ambiguous. Someone may understand it as a system that's installed in devices of the administrators that they use to manage customers. Is it a system that the university uses, say a practice, say for us from the gates how we manage our students, just to make it clear? You just try it, so the person reading in the paper. As universities, we are very interested in this, because the studies are done in terms of market, especially for us private universities. So we'd be interested in this.
Yeah, I was looking at it in terms of a practice, but while taking into consideration that this practice could be made more digital and it becomes a computer-based CRM with the time if universities adopt it. But for this particular study, we are looking at it in terms of practice. Yes.
All right, okay. Thank you so much. Cosmas, that is great. Our next presenter is now I need to apologize to everyone behind. We have Carol Nicholas and Nyara Justin. I want to first of all apologize officially to Jackson. Jackson was scheduled to present. However, your paper arrived late and I realized that we did not share it with the rest of the panelists. And as you can see, a lot of references being made to people's papers. Coming back to remember what time we communicated, because everyone was 20 p.m. in the night. So it will allow that we shall organize to reschedule the next slot. Okay. It will be unfair, let's represent without the unfair. So Nicholas, your next presenter, I've been requesting that you put a slide on this. It's easier for me to pull them out. The one you submitted, still just pull it out. Okay. But if you are just trying for me here, same as last person, Justin, you have it there. All right. Then why don't we do this? Justin, let me have Justin. So let me do that. Then you can have it. You know, wrap it the ice on the cake. Okay. No offense, please. Yes. So we only left with two presenters and one staff. I would be interested in meet and expand the experience of everyone else. How does it feel like? Especially if you will not get presented. But then maybe for you as a representative, what is this like? Or even those who are not interested, Patrick, what's the experience like? Patricia, yes, please, yes, please. Thank you so much. To me, my first semester, so in the next semester, and seeing this, it has a lot of impact in our academic, because we are for the different products, different students. You could hear the knowledge and the and that can improve my life. I think that become and so that so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate what is this here? Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. For me, I feel. Yeah, people manage vessels. So in the last time, we can. Yes. Professor Lati, Professor wants to present again, all over again. All right, I'm pulling up the next presenter with Justin Pinera, who will be our second last presenter of the evening. Okay, so Justin, please, you have 10 minutes. Let's remind you of time.
Thanks for the opportunity. Protocols remain observed. Good afternoon. My name is Kinyera Justin, a student of Strategic Management and Leadership. The research topic or the report topic is on students' perceptions, attitudes, and then satisfaction in regards to online learning, a case study of the University of the Secretary, owing to the fact that all the two postgraduate programs are online. That's why I took that initiative to take it up. The supervisor, Professor Mohammed Bayat, I believe he's not in with us, but he will get the report next. During the COVID-19, you're all aware that there was complete lockdown and the education institutions or sector was globally hit, of which this took unprecedented challenges which shaken the institutions globally. Furthermore, it was reported by the United Nations that 1.6 billion students across all the 190 countries were affected. There was complete lockdown where no in-class sessions were conducted, and there was a shift to the online learning. And then institutions shifted from the traditional, as I stated. Uganda was not exception. The Ministry of Education, as well as the government of the country, put total lockdown. And you are aware how we suffered during that time. And then institutions like the University of the Sacred Heart immediately enrolled the programs to be online. Teachers were also forced to invent ways of interacting with the learners, of which Google Meets and then Google Classroom platforms were brought into play. The transition of the mode really brought concerns, especially the students' experiences, their attitudes were to be looked into for the issues to be addressed. We might be online thinking that the students are getting everything, but in the end, a student will just move, today the lecture is done, but I did not take anything. So which means it informed us that we need to do critical analysis on the perceptions, attitudes, and then satisfaction. problem statement. As online learning is growing, institutions and instructors have become more interested in knowing the factors that influence the students' learning and then satisfaction in online learning, according to that. Furthermore, studies have shown that there's high rate of dropout and then low retentions with the case of online learning. Although we are striving to know the satisfaction as a key concern of the institutions and then instructors, there are relatively few studies on students' perceptions, attitudes, and then satisfaction in regard to that. So adoption of a full educational environment by the university has left doors open, criticism and the best practices, even research. Hence, we study aim to examine the students' perceptions, attitudes, and then satisfaction in regards to the online learning, especially with us, because our programs are what? Full-time online. Key questions to be addressed. One, the students' perceptions about what are some of the students' perceptions? How do you perceive the online learning? Two, the attitudes of the students at the university. We need also to know some of how you people feel about the online. Do you feel that you have the ability to finish the programs? You feel contented with everything being given? And then lastly, the level of satisfaction. If there are deviations from one student to another, that's what I aim to address. The methodology, one, the design was a descriptive using the descriptive in a way that I'm getting views of the students, their experiences, their insights, and then we analyze such to get the informed what? Decisions. The study population, the postgraduate students who have enrolled, re-enrolled, the others who did not enroll, so I exempted them from this. The samples, we are using both the probability, sampling techniques, and then right. This is from Morgan, the table, Morgan 1970, where the students, the population, I used 100 like the previous presenter said, the actual figure was a challenge to beat. So the 100, but out of the 100, only 70 was used. That was the purposive what? Sampling, the sampling techniques. The data sources, both the primary and then the secondary in the literatures. Methods of collection, the interview method, and then the questionnaire. But as a tool, the questionnaire was into the 5-point Likert scale. And the analysis, the quantitative data composition obtained in terms of frequencies, and then with emphasis, if you strongly disagree, it means you have disagreed with everything. Strongly agreed or agreed means you have what? Agreed to that statement. And then the qualitative, it was just to inform that what I've collected concur with the previous statements. Findings. The demographic, you will see that majority in terms of gender, we have the males taking up. Then the females are very what? Very few. That's down there. And then the age range is from 25 to 34, majority. The computer literacy, some don't know really the basics of the computer. They're just the beginners. And these tend to also interfere, or they have negative perceptions, or the positive stemming from some of these. Then the online platform used is the Google Classroom, mostly. With the challenge with the Google Meet, others would go in and then fail to attend. So these are some of the things that came out. Then the question-wise, the first one was the perceptions. We are asking ourselves, as the digital library improve performance, Do you perceive the good quality of online education? How about the flexibility and then convenience? The interactive and then the engaging session with the lecturers and then fellow learners. And then the university technical support. When you look at that, there is a total agreement with exceptions of some few were undecided. So that shows that they were really good work perception in regards to that. Then when you go to attitudes, it's mainly the integration of this into the curriculum at the university. Do they feel motivated to participate in the online learning? Do they feel confident about their ability? You saw from the background or the demographic information, everything was clear. How about the training programs provided? You can easily detect that much as some are in total agreement, there are others, like they're disagreeing in terms of the training programs. We were oriented there, and thereafter, you face your own. So that's what they're telling us. Lastly, under satisfaction, mostly they agree that there was a great achievement in their academic goals, and that is the ultimatum of why you joined the university. So you can easily see from the reports. So when we go to the conclusion, let me say the findings, student perception of the digital learning about the key categories that I talked about were in total agreement with some of the early studies. Like for these Jaggers, they found out the course quality in forms of the written objectives, well-organized content, variable. It was really in total agreement with this study of mine. Two, under attitudes, they expressed positive attitudes. They responded. If you're not well versed with something, you will able come out and say that this was not okay. But now they expressed it, and the problems were ably met when they raised it up. So that shows also agreement with some other studies. And then the satisfaction in terms of the course quality have been shown to influence the students' satisfaction about the online study. The same way, there is study by ELM investigated the effects of teachers' role, course design, and then production, all a significant positive effects on satisfaction. In conclusion, the above categories put forward have been shown to influence learning approaches in terms of perceptions and attitudes. They also concur that the university has done their part. So most of the students have got positive attitudes towards the online learning. Satisfaction, so majority were like, my academic goal I achieved. So basically, those are the conclusion remarks. And then in the recommendation, I believe I will sample just a few. That is one, encouragement of research and innovation in regards to online education, so that we stay on the forefront as the University of the Sacred Heart. Many tried during the COVID. So what went wrong, we need to address. So by so doing that, it will also inform the university of what is taking place here, and then offer training and support resources both to students and then instructors. It cuts across. The student must also know how to log in the Google Meet. Like when you saw under the Google Meet, few knew how to go on board. So that is where we need the training. Regular assessment and feedbacks from students. Usually the quality assurance is up to that game, but do we get the feedback? We are asking ourselves. Then lastly, we are now, like me, I'm now putting areas of further studies. One, we need to look at the gender factors. Here, it was general. But now, why a few ladies enrolling? Like, for now, we had only one what? Presenter. It's an answer that we need to dig deeper and then get the question. And then the effect of blended model on the performance of students. Should we go for 1 month online and then 1 month on campus? It's also an area of research, and then the strategies for that. Basically, those are the key areas of further study, but I took the University of the Sacred Heart as a case study. So which means there's also opportunity of what? Widening the scope, and then we get a very detailed input. The references are there. Thanks a lot for the audience. Back to the moderator. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Justin. Thank you so much. Justin, I did not take part in the study. My lecturer was postgraduate student. This is a by the way. You take part in the study. Yes, I'll come in. Miss Abel. The period has presented any observations and have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dean, and thank you for the presentation that has been well detailed, well thought out, and well presented. Now, overall, I have a concern, but also a comment on the methodology and the presentation of the results that have been displayed here. Now, generally, figures communicate much easier than the tables. That said, we need to have both figures and tables. Usually it makes it much easier. Now, the slide that's being projected here, this table here is not standard. When we are communicating results in tables, we just need to have the columns should ideally have homogeneous information. So in this case, we do not know what information is in the last two columns, okay? So my suggestion is, and for the student to have the categories presented in one column and the numbers as well as the percentages to also be presented in one column, and also the columns to be labeled. So the gender presentation is okay. Now the age categorization needs to follow exactly what the gender categorization is doing. And so is it for the rest of the variables below there. So we can have an easy understanding of the information that's being displayed in the presentation here. It makes it easier to easily capture the information. Otherwise, thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Please, would you recommend maybe we even have more than one table? I'm thinking, I feel like this is a lot of information also within one table.
The student can split. Most times the reasons why we have this table compressed like this is because one table would be extremely long, and I'm almost certain that's why we have some of the variables presented in tabular form and the others presented in this horizontal format. However, the student can break down the table into two if the table will be very long. Otherwise, it should be consistent having the categories in one column and the figures themselves in one other column. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Professor Latini.
Yeah, I have a quick comment. Justin, thank you for the presentation. Your slides are overcrowded. Yeah, there's one. And I see elements of poor referencing. You go to your slide on problem statement. Okay, go to the background. Yeah, you see this this reference here, the first paragraph, you ended up with a reference. You put initials of the authors in the citation. You see, even the second paragraph, the second bullet, you have initials included in the citation in the text. That's not good. It's not allowed. And now your recommendations are too many. If you go to recommendations, there are too many. It means there's something very wrong with your work. You cannot recommend everything here. These recommendations should be reduced. And recommendations come from the challenges you experienced in the study. Some of these I'm seeing them for the first time. So you be careful. Reduce the number of recommendations and link recommendations to the challenges you experienced and were not solved. Then you leave them here as recommendations. You cannot bring a totally different issue at the end of your work and you put it, you cover it under recommendations. You are not in order here, Justin. Thank you for good work.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Dr. Janet Cox-Achora.
Thank you, Justin, for this comprehensive presentation. It's quite a good piece of work. I looked at your report and I was looking at the theoretical framework that you gave in subsection 1.8. The theory that you've used there is not coming out very well. Maybe you can explain to us what theory you have used for this study. And then you can explain to us what were the dependent and the independent variables that you used in this study. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, moderator. Thank you for this one. I've got one or two areas. The first one is very instrument. Questionnaire is straightforward. I can see the next one is interview 2. That is not the appropriate name for that interview 2. Okay? We're going to refer to interview schedule. The second one is sampling technique. Now, if it's the mixed method, the way you sample for qualitative is different from the way you sample for quantitative. Things are more satisfying. The second one, so the third one, similarly, is the sampling technique. I think I've already talked about that. I'm beginning to sit down and say, okay, if we cover all the students, why should I use area? A problem? Why? What relevant is that? Is it possible to know how many participants so far? These are very important questions to me. Maybe you do that, you say, okay, how to lay the field, what is how to compare in terms of their response? Maybe in terms of age, is there a comparison between this age group and age group? What about program? How do they respond to this question? Do they respond differently? Do they give me a different result? Maybe in that case, you can get up a case. This I said this. If somebody has this part of the study, you can say, okay, this is my final result for journey, in terms of age, in terms of age.
Thank you very much. Still, all right. So Justin, there are those that we can respond to immediately, but I think Dr. Dara, what are the possible questions to you?
In the interest of time, I didn't include the theoretical framework because we were restricted. I didn't mean there was time I would have included, but nonetheless, I think in the write-up, I'll build on that to make it very clear for the examiners to spot it all. Professor Lating talked about overcrowding. I do agree with that, but that is what we have. Should have left it in there. The report will be worked upon. And then referencing, I've taken note of most of the things, and I think I'll do the needful.
All right, this is just, by the way, to not affect anything. This is just the end of us. Many times, you can you probably there's a thing called charity. You want it to affect it for you. Many times, that tool called charity has ended up really what. Lately, that's the new discovery. You think you're putting it there to make it better, but what it will do, it will come up with now something different. It stops to work like this. Then you realize that. I have a colleague in the PGD program. This one was good work done. Then put it there. I don't think the language will now move professional, but this is what he did very best. So I members, when we put it, I think you put it correctly. That's what it was. Other, thank you very much. Truly share. Just make sure that these observations are put. Okay. There's the observations. Students should go beyond just the use of percentages in order to add some level of rigor in their studies. For me, I think mixed methods are good. Purely quantitative, while it's good, sometimes we miss useful. We miss the theory behind it. We miss, I don't know how to put it. And I heard some say, nearly percentages are not enough. We go beyond just letting this percentage and that percentage. That's very good for undergraduate studies. Those ones can do that, but postgraduate level now, and to go beyond. Last but not least, I think it's really least. Yeah. For our guys in the assistive management program, this is an area you should be very keen on because it touches you.
To begin with, I don't know why I was made. But nevertheless, I'll present.
The world will always remember the first and the last. So yeah.
I hope I'll be the first in the
Well, just a second. The people join us online. Our next presenter is Yellow Nicholas. Make sure that you can you see his presentation. I'll just share it. It's green. Let's see. Anybody out there to confirm that they are seeing what we are seeing?
I'm seeing something for Justin Kinyera.
Yeah, even like, let me just a second. All right, here we go. So Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. As you heard, my name is Nicholas, and I'll be presenting my study on the role on urban agriculture and its role in improving household income and food security. I was supervised by Dr. Cox, and I thank you so much for guiding me through this study, and of course providing a quick response to the comments and guiding me. Well, I'll discuss the background of the study, problem statement, objectives, methodology, results, key findings, the conclusion, and recommendations. According to the Food Security Coalition for the North American Urban Agriculture Committee, urban agriculture has been defined as the practice of cultivating crops and rearing of livestock and poultry within and outside, and around cities. Globally, food globally, urban agriculture is practiced, but in Africa, it is a practice that is underutilized. In the context of Gulu City, urban agriculture is still a growing practice, but it's still just because of its growing population, it has not yet been seen as an important problem. I mean, practice. Also, I mean, urban agriculture supports food security in terms of providing fresh food and also providing as an alternative source for income to people, especially the low-income earners. Gulu City has experienced sufficient post-conflict struggles, especially in the event of it struggling to recover from conflicts. And therefore, it has seen urban agriculture as a practice that has tried providing food to the needy or this internally displaced persons, and also provided a source of income to those who are unemployed. Urban agriculture in Gulu City has come with a lot of challenges, and one of those challenges is that there's a lot of land constraints, because since Gulu City is rapidly growing in terms of its population, therefore even the land which is available for urban agriculture has also become limited. There are high costs of of these there are high costs in utilities like water, seeds, and many things that has prompted me to undertake this study. Problem statement. Yeah. Urban agriculture is widely practiced in Africa, but it still remains undervalued. Reason, some of our cities, as compared to the cities in areas with America, like global, they don't see urban agriculture as an important activity, and yet it provides food and income as an alternative source for sustaining the economy, especially to the low-income earners in urban areas. It also plays a dual role in providing both food and income, and therefore it serves as a safety net also to the vulnerable people. There is conflicting evidence regarding the impact of urban farming on food security, as some studies show its relevance in providing food security. Other studies show that food security, I mean, urban farming alone cannot be sufficient enough to actually play a role of securing food for the urban population. Therefore, based on the background, this study seeks to investigate the role of urban agriculture in enhancing income and food security for the people living in urban areas, especially in the city. The primary goal of this study was to investigate how urban agriculture impacts impacts household income and food security in urban areas. Therefore, it was, to achieve that goal, it was guided by 3 objectives: to determine the level of household engagement in urban agriculture, to assess the income generating potential of selected urban agriculture activities in Gulu City, and also evaluate the contribution of how urban agriculture, to evaluate the contribution of agriculture to household food security. The first objective is to answer the question of how many households are actually actively engaged in urban agriculture, and how does the second objective would answer the income generating potential or role of urban agriculture to the urban poor or the low income earners. This one would the of how urban agriculture actually impacts household food security. This study was summarized by a structure called the conceptual framework, where it shows the relationship between independent variables, dependent variables, and intervening variables. Independent variables were measured. I considered urban agriculture activities as the independent variables, which was measured as crop cultivation. That is where they do vegetables, grains, growing of beans, then livestock and poultry rearing was also another measure. Then agro-processing, value addition. Maybe the last one would be aquaculture. Then other dependent variables, it was measured, I considered household income and food security, which was measured using additional income as a variable, reduced food expenses, and income diversification. Then household food security was measured by food availability, then dietary diversity, and food self-sufficiency. Then, of course, independent variables and dependent variables, their relationship is already predetermined by other factors, which are called intervening variables. And under these, I considered access and support factors. One being access to land, like how available and easily can urban dwellers access land to carry out these urban farming practices. Then the other one was access to resources like water, seeds, fertilizers. Then extension services, an example like training, and other services, of course. Then government support in terms of maybe lowering taxes, giving tax holidays, provision of maybe loans and policies or programs that elevate urban farming, like PDM. At the end of the day, with all these in line, the outcome would be improved household income and food security. The study was focused on the city as a study area, particularly in the 4 divisions of Laibi, Peche, Laro, and Padege division. The researcher adopted a cross-sectional research design to, and this is because he considered studying or collecting data at a particular point in time. Quantitative approach. The quantitative approach was also adopted to give a numerical relevance to the research. Because of time, 67 households were targeted, and therefore the researcher used Yamani's sampling formula to determine that sample size, which was 57. In case you want to know Yamani's sampling formula, it is N is equal to N over 1 plus capital N, 2 brackets, B squared, where capital N is the target population and N is the sample size,
Then E is the error term which was considered to be 0.05. Under data analysis, the researcher used the SPSS and Stata to analyze the differential statistics, where descriptive statistics were analyzed, which showed frequencies, means, and standard deviations. Still under, of course, the slides were limited, but when you go into my report, you realize that I also used the regression analysis to show a relationship between urban farming practices or activities and their impact on what? On household income and what? And household food security. I also use the binary heuristic model to predict the engagement of households and their impact on factors. I also use the chi-square tests to show a relationship between categorical variables. And the results, it was found out that nearly 96% of households in rural city are actually engaged actively in household, in urban agriculture, where most of them were actually carrying out poultry, rearing, and vegetable growing, being represented by 63% and 43% respectively. Maybe this could be because poultry farming and vegetable farming are actually easy to start up. They are affordable, and also their production cycle is low. The regression analysis showed those results, which is R squared is equal to 0.43, which explains 43% of the variance in engagement. And this shows that the variance was, the model was moderate and showed a strong positive relationship between urban agriculture and household income. The results also show that the regression results also show that there was a higher production cost reduced. Higher production costs reduce engagement by 11.08%, which means that farmers who undergo a higher production cost in these urban farming practices are less likely to engage in urban farming by that figure, 11.8%. The results also showed that household income reduces engagement by 22%. This shows that in those households who have a higher income are less likely to invest in what? Urban farming. Maybe because they can afford other market produce, and they don't see the relevance of having household income as a major, urban farming as a major source of income. Poultry and leafy vegetables improve food security, while livestock farming was seen as a mixed effect. Well, urban agriculture findings show that urban agriculture is a widely practiced activity in Gulu City, and yet it is utilizing income diversification. Vegetable and poultry farming are most profitable and accessible, and livestock and aquaculture were seen as having major challenges due to production costs and them having a longer production cycle. So why they were seen as the lowest practiced activity in a growth city, possibly because they're expensive to run, and also it requires a longer time to actually see its benefits to the households. The conclusions: urban agriculture, like you saw, the 96% of the households who engaged in this study, they show that there's a high engagement of urban agriculture in Gulu City, but it has so many challenges. One of the challenges being land constraints, high production costs, maybe policy gaps. Recommendations. One of the recommendations that was put across by the researcher was strengthening policy support, where the researcher recommended that government should actually consider integrating urban agriculture in its policy planning. Government should also strengthen market linkages and integrating urban farming. This can be done through maybe infrastructure development that aim to elevate urban agriculture or support urban agriculture, and maybe development of road networks to ease the transportation of this produce. I like the fact that there is this invention of tukutukus that has cropped up, yes, in recent years. They have really changed the whole narrative of urban farming, and this can be seen from the produce being supplied in the market. Further research should be, is needed is needed in sustainability and economic resilience. This can be, and a study can be undertaken maybe in terms of seeing the environmental impact of urban agriculture on the households and the environment. Thank you.
Yeah, wow. All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Fox, you supervise this particular project. Let's talk about this. You answer something on the photos we see in the background? Yes.
Well, these are photos, samples of photos that were taken. One from some of the households actually engaged in urban farming. These ones in
you yourself, are you engaged in it?
Yes.
You and your supervisor.
Actually, the photo down there and the upper one was just taken from my project. Okay. Yes.
So the man is speaking from experience. Professor, maybe we start off with you, Professor Latte.
Yeah, then if he's part of the problem with research, you should be independent of the topic. So you have brought a lot of bias here because you yourself are in this area. Anyway, let's talk for another day. But thank you. This is some useful work. But I still have general comments like your problem statement, you continue to write it as a literature review. It is not very good. And then I get concerned with the R squared being only 0.43. We cannot sweep it under the carpet. It means there are very many variables you didn't capture. That, in my opinion, is a very low R squared statistic. And if you subject it to more additional statistical tests, it will fail, making your conclusions not very good. One thing that I would like you to answer, why is this one a cross-sectional design? Why is it cross-sectional? I did not get it very clearly. Thank you.
Professor, I need to assist technologies, Ms. Isabel.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you, Nicholas. Thank you for a good presentation. The study flowed very well. The methodology was generally able to capture the information, and it fed into answering the research questions quite well. I have a few comments in the presentation of the results, just to echo on the significance of the relationship testing that was done that I see in your report. First of all, for the chi-square, I see that you used 0.1 as a cutoff for significance. 0.1 is on the higher level. So I would like to know if you have a specific reason for choosing 0.1 as a cutoff for significance. Now, in one of the tables, which is 4.4, it shows a table that has chi-square values that you use to test relationships as you presented the categories or the proportions. Now, I cannot understand whether the proportions vary across the different categories, because the chi-square value itself does not signify significant differences in proportions. What you need to either do is to either include the column that has the p-value and categorically specify the cutoff for significance at the different levels, or you use the stars, so we are able to determine the level of significance. And when you use the stars, you put the footnote to show the different significances and what the number of stars signify for the level of significance. So we can know, because this has an implication on the conclusion and the interpretation of the relationships that you are checking in these tables. Otherwise, thank you for your presentation. It is well done.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Cox, I'll come back to you last.
Yeah, thank you. I think however, there are three things that I want to try. The first one is yes, definition of urban. Urban. Because I'm saying this because I try to compare two activities, farming and vegetation farming vis-a-vis livestock farming. Are you saying that livestock farming is also be included in urban farming? Because the laws are not allowed goat and sheep and cow. Urban area. We thought about it. Number two is that when you look at the conception of different laws, right, good. Very often we put things and arrows all over the place, and we do not think up very well. You set independent variables straight away come to improve also. The arrow shows them. And then somewhere along the dependent variable, again arrows there. And then in the middle, the meaning arrows both up and down. I think you need to be very careful when you put arrows. They should give us meaning of the connection between dependent and independent variable and the variable. Okay, think about that. Last but not least, is the recommendation. I think your recommendations will come from the limitation of the concern. You want to similar. Tell me where there are limitations that I need to address. Otherwise, you're not going to further research needed on sustainability and economic side resilience. What is that I need to attend to do a similar study or to get different one?
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, there's a point. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And that about the science studies of the funding. Really, we find other countries because it is kind of unbelievable. So
Information from Ella is she's one of our new faculty at the Systems Learning Program. She's also arm of the government that sees agriculture. So she speaks from an informed point of view. All right, so thank you very much, everyone. Nicholas, I'm not sure whether I should let you respond or these are some of the things that need to be looked in the paper. Would you like to say just maybe 30 seconds?
Well, I can respond to a few. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes. Well, I'll first respond to the questions which are linked. One for Professor Dora. Well, the definition, when you go back to the definition, it wasn't put here. I just said it. Yeah, when you go to my research, urban agriculture was defined according to this study as a practice of cultivating crops and livelihood, livestock and poultry, both within and around cities. Well, I know there is a policy which abolished livestock, especially cattle and goats. Yeah, but then when you move around, you'll still find a few households around, not within, seriously, within the city. So according to my study's definition, I think it was kind of relevant. Yeah, then the conceptual framework, when you go back to the conceptual framework, well, the outcomes that you see down there are not actually showing a link between the variables. It just simply shows that they are just like results of all these interconnectedness. You get this. Yes.
Yeah, like especially the first arrow, that comes straight from the independent variable,
Mm-hmm.
may mean that your study is not relevant.
Oh.
I'm not sure. It may imply that there's no need for that study because already the dependent variable crop cultivation livestock can already lead to improvement without. So why that is the picture it may send. But your study, you want to see how these dependent variables and independent variables would still. Again, this is dependent on who will be doing, but it could send. You need to be very careful. Go to somebody that alone is enough for them to stop and not go further of your.
Thank you. I'll take note of that and do necessary adjustments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think first of all, thank you very much. This is something relevant and for me, it's relevant for our team here. And I'd like us to take this seriously. I'd like to say thank you very much. We've come to the end of our activity today. We can give ourselves a hand clap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to say a big thank you to our panelists online and everybody who has stayed up this end. I'd like to appreciate you. Thank you very, very much, Professor Latif. I'm going to give you 30 seconds for each to say something before we conclude. I'll start maybe Dr. Janet Fox-Achora. After this experience, 30 seconds to the students, others here, others outside.
Thank you, Dean. I think from the experience that I've seen from the presentations made, there's a, sorry, I'm babysitting also, sorry. So from the presentations made, I've seen that the problem statements are not coming from gaps in literature. I think we have to strengthen that. And then we also have to strengthen the methodology parts and also either the theoretical or the conceptual frameworks, because how do these students conceptualize their work? I think that has to come out clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Not as we again. Ms. Peace, Ben?
Thank you. I would like to start by saying thank you to all the students for the effort put in to actually conceptualize their research, conduct it, and finally make their presentations. Over time since we started these presentations at the beginning, I see that the students have improved and they are conceptualizing the studies much better. However, I have a general comment on, again, the methodology and the approaches that they're using for analysis. I want to emphasize that it's important to use the right statistical tests if you choose to use quantitative approaches to be able to answer the research question, because it has implications as to whether you can actually answer the question. If you cannot answer the question, then even the conclusions that you make are not correct, and hence the recommendations you make are also based on false conclusions. So it's important to get the design right, to get the tests and the analysis. And if you choose to use especially mixed methods, make sure the triangulation can be done well to support the results, and hence findings, conclusions, and recommendations for the studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thank you. Professor Latif, any wise words to conclude our observations for today?
Yeah, thank you, Dean and colleagues and the students who are here. Well, this is my first time attending this type of presentation, so I've been learning. But most of the comments have been, the general comments have been given by my colleagues here. But I tend to see they should be guided in how they should make the slides. They tend to take longer than the time they have been given. Some, when the guideline says you should have 10 slides, others have 15, others have 14, some even more, it is not good. That's why they end up delaying. And one thing I think was captured by Prof, the rubric for marking that we have been given, I don't know whether we will follow those. The slides don't talk to the rubric we have, so marking might be a problem later. It is a decision we have to make. Maybe the slides should follow the structure of the marking guide we have. Those are my comments, but I learned a lot from the presentations. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Professor. We shall be meeting up again as analysts to make a decision on that. Yes, Professor Dora, you also the research coordinator at the university. I'm really interested in what your paper for today is and maybe what.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I think this is a challenge for me, it's a challenge for the minister, because they see that there's a lot of work to do to improve the quality of our research at the university. appreciate that we hope, and I thought we noted, yeah, recommendation suggested. We hope we'll deal with those issues, both at the departmental level and also at the faculty level. I shared with the faculty, because I come from different background. I've been in South Africa for 10 years, so my experience fighting for in Uganda. But what I suggested to the faculty, the two faculty, why don't you have this oral presentation before the student presents their proposal? We look at it politically. Maybe some of these things that are coming down will be addressed at that point. The second presentation should be a final as an examination where we assess and work plan. Because at the moment now, we are assessing the student, some of the needs improvement, that will go down and do the same thing. It takes a lot of time. And sometimes, as I said before, if you've got 5 reviewers, the paper, each one of us come up with different ideas. I think you can drop your papers and say, this program, not okay. So these are some of the issues I thought I should take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jay. Thank you, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this activity. Allow me to give some information which is related to housekeeping issues. This lot of postgraduate students, this lot that has presented has been the most complicated one. It has even made it possible for an all graduation of the university to be postponed. Because at the time we were supposed to submit, this particular activity was postponed 3 times. The meeting of the University Senate at Saturday 13th could not make a decision whether the university could hold a graduation for UBITO or not. Because as of that day, while you finish all the other academic, your coursework and class activities, and by the way, all of you have passed, you have not submitted this particular activity, which was the most important one. So, ladies and gentlemen, graduation was originally scheduled for 22nd of February. That will be pushed. The university, as you're aware, is undergoing a transition from one chancellor to the next. There was another governing council to a new governing council, with another internal transitions that are happening. A decision has been made that the new chancellor of the university will be installed on the 5th, on the 2nd of May. That's one day after Labor Day, the 2nd of May. The university, the Senate that sat on the 13th was to make a decision whether graduation could happen on that day as well. But because we did not have your names readily available, they declined to make a decision. That decision was left to the government, to the council, university council, which I don't say it's not sure, sometimes it's not. So, first, by virtue that you've done this, at least from all the transactions I've had, I didn't hear anything which is outrageously bad. So that means technically, if you submit it today, you are technically almost 95% done in the academic requirements of this university program. If you go and make those changes and submit, which I'll be giving you an email will send you your final, the things you have to do before you submit instructions. If you complete and submit that book, then we automatically submit your name to the academic registrar, prepare you for graduation. So congratulations. As far as the program is concerned, you are very expensive on this, which is now in your hands. After you go and put these observations, if you have them written, go and you can write them, don't wait for my email. Go and do them. Send to your supervisor for the final input and their signature. Once they have it, you have permission, you can go ahead and bring the book. Those are the instructions you have. For those of us who have not presented, there's only one person who has submitted as not presented. All the rest, you need submitted there. Unfortunately, it takes resources, logistics, organization to the university is concerned. So I'll need a special permission of the university to organize an activity like this. However, play your part. Do your thing, complete and submit, because otherwise, the date, I cannot declare today a date that we will have another presentation. So I ask you to do your part and submit because it was like one. For the rest of you, if council so desires that your graduation being informed that if the decision is not reached, if you have finished and submitted your book, even if the ceremony will take long, you already entitled to receive your transcript. Very as soon as you submit that. So I'm hoping that within the week coming, next week, we shall have a final position for you, we shall communicate. I urge those who have not submitted, do so, because otherwise, they must be disturbed. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you so much for being part of this, and thank you. I've also learned a lot, and I'm sure the colleagues, the audience, and our other students in class have learned a lot. This helps you prepare for your own that will be coming soon. Because of taking into consideration the observations we've made, even for the panelists online, as a faculty, we shall work on this. I'd like to call this meeting to an end with a word of prayer. Not sure who can lead us in a prayer, because in prayer here today. A man led us at the opening, so if I let you. Okay, Jackson, all right, please. Members online, we are having our prayer.
Pray, then I'm going to buy the sound, Holy Spirit. Yeah, Lord, thank you for one community that we have to go through. Thank you also for the time that you have given us. Not easy for us always to come together at this, but we made it happen. The Lord, everything that we have received in this place as knowledge, let it remain with us. That we go as students and as skill makers in society. As we leave this place at this particular point, be with each and every one of us. Continue guiding and protecting us as we do, so that we remain with children and do what we need. Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, that whatever we request as we want it, will be done. We pray this all, believing in the name of God the Father, Son, we want to pray.
Thank you very much, members online. I will now be ending the meeting. Thank you, Dr. Cox, the professor, and team, and Elizabeth. I will be communicating to you at the beginning of next week. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.